George R.R. Martin. Versus J.R.R. Tolkien. Begin. Brace yourselves. Gather up your trolls and your soldier elves, and your ents and your orcs and your wargs and your stings, your dwarves and clamdrings. Cause there's a new literary lord in the ring. My readers fall in love with every character I've written, then I kill them. And they're like, what did he do? All your bad guys die, and your good guys survive. We can tell what's gonna happen a page in age 5. You're all seeing how to find some sex in your movies. Ditch the Goonie and cast a couple boobies. There's edgier plots and not David the Gnome. Your Hobbit hole heroes can't handle my throne. Kings, queens, dragons, dwarves, horses, fortresses, magic, and swords. You hot-bit my whole shit, you uninspired hack. You want a war, George? Welcome to Shire Rock. In book sales, you got nothing to say. I'm number 1 and 2. You're under 50 Shades of Grey. I got the pros of a pro. Your shit's subpar. You're a pirate. You even stole my RR. Oh, we all know the world is full of chance and anarchy. So yes, it's true to life for characters that die randomly. But newsflash, the genre's called fantasy. It's meant to be unrealistic, you myopic vanity. I conscientiously object to what you're doing on these beasts. I'll cut you like my teeth on Beauty and the Beast. You went too deep, Professor Tweed Pants. We don't need the backstory on every fucking tree branch. I cut my teeth in the trenches of the Somme. You lopped your Santa Claus ass through Vietnam. And it's hard for me to take criticism on clothes from a dude who sends a raven to say hi to his toes. Man, your fat jokes are worse than your pipe smoke. My show's the hottest thing on HBO. I'm rock and roll, you're a nerdy little nebbish, and I may be dirty, but you got a hairy foot fetish, dog. Even the names of your characters suck. You got buffers and boofers and brandy bugs. I got a second breakfast for all them goofy fucks. Lift up my gut and teabagging's my nuts. C.S. Lewis and I were just discussing how you and Jon Snow both know nothing. Because the backstory on my box office is brilliant. Got my children making millions off my Silmarillions, and I'm more rock and roll than you ever been. Don't believe me? Ask Led Zeppelin. You can't reach this fellow. Shit, I'm too towering. Every time I battle, it's Return of the King. Who won? Who's there? You just saw up, rock. Those of history.
Good evening, everybody. So, many have asked for it, and I'm happy to oblige, but we're not just going to do ordinary Crusader Kings tonight. We are going to do the Crusader Kings 2 Game of Thrones mod. So for those of you who are interested in this, and I am going to take a minute to let people file in, because I'm actually going to need some help deciding who to play. But let me just take a minute here, say hi to everybody. There's a few reasons why I want to do this. So obviously, you know, this stream used to do Crusader Kings 2 a lot. I really like this game. I've not stopped streaming it because I don't like it. I've stopped streaming it just because, well, I haven't even stopped streaming it. I just stream it less. The only reason for this is that there's a lot of stuff that I want to share with you, right? Like if I was a primary Crusader Kings 2 stream, then we wouldn't have things like Surgeon Simulator, and we wouldn't have things like, you know, System Shock, or, you know, there's a bunch of stuff which I'm sitting on that I actually want to show you all. So I understand there's a lot of people who've unfollowed specifically because I've gone into a more overt variety style, but I don't want to forget that people still like this, people still want to see this, and so, you know, it seemed like the right way to start the token to the long-standing viewers' streams to go back to Crusader Kings 2. But I also wanted to do something special for it, which was to play a Game of Thrones. And there's a few reasons why I chose this particular mod out of all the ones that are available. The first reason is I've put a little bit of time to make sure it works. The first time I tried it, there were a bunch of events and things that were going on that I didn't understand at all, and I never got back to it. And I actually haven't I haven't done a lot of prep for this one, and I made a conscious decision about that because it occurred to me that the people who came to that first, like, House of Rose playthrough got to see me through the process of learning how the game is played. And so I decided, you know, I could sit down, I could watch a bunch of... I actually tried watching one tutorial, and it was not a very good tutorial. They actually made some recommendations that I disagree with. But once I said, it's like, well, I can keep searching for, like, you know, 20-minute, 40-minute videos that'll maybe try and explain this thing. I thought maybe the best thing to do would be to do another video where I'm taking a really complicated mod. This is actually an exceptionally well done modification for Crusader Kings 2. To take that and show people, you know, yeah, this is a really difficult to learn game and the mod's documentation isn't outstanding. I mean, if you know what you're looking for, it's very good, and if you just want to sit down and learn how to play it, I think it could stand a polish. And so, not only do we get to do a Game of Thrones, but we get to, you know, we get to see this process of how I learn. So let me just take a quick second here. I'm going to get you the link for where to get this mod yourself. There we go. So these are the forums, and if you go under the general... I hope this is the right one. Let's maybe try this one instead. Anyways, if you go under general discussion, the most recent version is going to be on there. So for instance, you know, a Game of Thrones version 1.2 says, what would you like to see added to part 2? Interesting. I'm actually just taking a look at a few of the ideas that they have. But anyways, so let's just jump in, I think, is the right way to do this. So do single player. It's got a very similar setup. Now, the original version of this actually had only 3 eras. I have seen a couple of... of seasons of the show, but I don't know that much about A Song of Ice and Fire. That was actually another reason why I was maybe a little hesitant to jump into this game. So this one, unlike Crusader King... Well, wait, Crusader Kings 2 definitely has a longer time period. I think it's about 700 years in the case of... I think it's 700 years in the case of Crusader Kings 2. So this one is 300 years. It starts with the War of Conquest. I believe these events are... If they happen in the books, they're historical remembrances. This is very heavily alluded to in the TV show. And then this would actually be the events of the television show, as far as I understand. But I am going to do a custom game setup, but we'll take a look at what our options here. So, Aegon Targaryen and his sisters have landed on the mouth of the Blackwater, armed with 3 mighty dragons. Agrelec the Arrogant has spurned Aegon's offer of a marriage between his friend Orys and Agrelec's daughter, sending back the heads of Aegon's envoy. As a consequence, Aegon has vowed to conquer the 7 kingdoms, proclaiming there will only be one king. So presumably you want to play this guy? So I believe this is the event that's supposed to actually make the Iron Throne, the big thing that everybody's fighting over. We've got a Dance of Dragons. Upon King Viserys' death in 129 AL, the Lord Commander of the Kingsgone, Sir Criston Cole, later called the Kingmaker, defies the late king's will that named his daughter Princess Rhaenyra as his heir instead of the crown. and instead crowns her younger brother, Prince Aegon, as King Aegon II. The civil war between Aegon II Targaryen and Rhaenyra Targaryen for control over the Iron Throne erupts, later known as the Dance of Dragons. So in this case, I'm assuming this is going to be the same. I'm assuming this is going to be the same as the title of the book. Blackfyre Rebellion. Westeros is on the brink of civil war as Daemon Blackfyre, the legitimized bastard son of King Aegon IV, has risen in rebellion against his trueborn brother, King Daeron II, forcing the lords of Westeros to choose between the Black Dragon and the Red Dragon. Meanwhile, in the north, House Stark faces a rebellion led by the dangerous Skagosi across the Narrow Sea. And across the Narrow Sea, the free cities of Braavos and Pentos are at war. It is up to you to decide the fate of the Seven Kingdoms. Will you play the game of when you play the Game of Thrones, you either win or you die. I actually don't know if that line is in the book or if that's just something that came from the television show. Alright. If you're like me and you've only watched the television show, now you're going to start seeing people that you know. Westeros is on the brink of civil war. Rhaegar Targaryen, heir to the Iron Throne, has kidnapped Lana or Lanaya Stark, the betrothed of the Lord Paramount of the Stormlands and daughter of the Lord Paramount of the North. Brandon Stark, her elder brother and heir to the North, charges south, demanding vengeance. The Mad King Aerys, outraged by Brandon's demands, has him and his father executed, and calls for Eddard's head as well. As all but Balon Greyjoy and Tywin Lannister prepare to declare their allegiances, it is up to you to decide the fate of the Seven Kingdoms. When you play the Game of Thrones, you either win or you die. So in this case, for those maybe not familiar with the show, Robert leads the rebellion, ultimately defeats Aerys the Mad, and is crowned king. Robert is a character in the television show. Eddard is a character in the show. I don't believe Jon Arryn is. I don't remember seeing him. Tywin Lannister is. And then I think Rhaegar Targaryen, I can't remember if he is in exile at the start of the TV series. And then finally, the events of the show. Westeros is at war. After the untimely death of Robert Baratheon, Joffrey, his untested firstborn son, sits on the Iron Throne. Eddard Stark, Lord of the North and Hand of the King, has sent word to Stannis Baratheon that Joffrey is not Robert's son, but the result of an incestuous relationship between Queen Cersei and her brother, Sir Jaime Lannister. Joffrey, outraged at Lord Eddard's accusations, has him executed. Now Eddard's son Robb, supported by the Tullys of the Riverlands, has raised his banners and is marching on King's Landing. Meanwhile, Lord Balon Greyjoy, ever the opportunist, has laid claim to the Seastone chair and hopes to reeve like the Ironborn of old. Finally, across the Narrow Sea, Daenerys Targaryen, mourning the death of her husband and unborn child, begins her quest to return to Westeros. In this scenario, relive the central conflict of the Song of Ice and Fire by George R.R. Martin, but remember, winter is coming. So, I leave it to you, chat. I know there's not a lot of people here. I saw a couple of people peek in and then leave. I was thinking we would do something either around Robert's Rebellion or A Clash of Kings, because this is what the TV show is about. But does anybody have any preferences? If not, I'll just arbitrarily choose something. But I wanted to give people a little bit of a chance, because it is an appreciation stream after all. I'll just give it a couple minutes, because I know there's a bit of a delay. But if we wait too long, I'll just make a decision. Well, I mean, I really would prefer to focus on these two areas unless somebody makes like a very strong argument saying they want to see like the War of Conquest or something like that. All right. I am going to go for Robert's Rebellion. So the idea here is, I'm thinking the idea here is I'm going to... so if you ever play Hearts of Iron 4, there's two ways of looking at this. You've got the sort of lead up to the war. You've got this you've kind of got this this alternate history sort of way of playing, which is, you know, you can make your decisions in terms of how you want to you know, position yourself for the inevitable conflict that breaks out, and that's where you get the really strange ahistorical examples. And then you have something which is basically the war itself, where again it's probably going to be a little bit more like the way that the way history actually turned out. You're a little bit locked into your alliances and things like that. So I thought maybe it'd be a good idea to do the earlier one, 8282, so we can really make this our own. Now again, as we do in Crusader Kings 2, if we want to pick a realm, we've got a few different options for doing it. You can divide the... Hey Blassie, good to see you again. We can divide by realms, we can divide by lords, high lords, kings, which is more or less the same as realms. You'll notice there's not always a lot of difference. You can divide by religion, but I'm not entirely sure that's going to tell you... I don't think that's really going to tell you too much. You can go by culture, which again is perhaps not surprisingly very well aligned with individual realms. And if you want, you can take a look at government. So there's a lot of feudal, because that's all that's in the books. However, you do have one big nomad area, and then it looks like there's a big merchant republic. I'm assuming Bravos is somewhere. I don't know the stories at all. Oh, there's Bravos. So you really have your options in terms of what you want to play. Now, because I'm going to be learning this game again, what I would prefer, there's a side of me that says, oh god, wouldn't it be so cool to play, you know, Tywin Lannister or something like that? And in one sense, yes, absolutely. But of course, it's always important to remember that when you do that, when you play a big kingdom, you have all of the difficulties that become a part of playing a big kingdom. Are we killing everyone different from us? Hey, Endors! There's still time for that. We're going to be doing Game of Thrones. I actually want to start small on this one. And how's it going, Carney? So again, if any of you guys are fans of the show, or the books, I would love to know if there's anybody you'd like to see me play. So I mean, again, in terms of characters that I like, I mean, who doesn't like Tyrion? I think Tywin's a really interesting character. Obviously, you know, Eddard is a neat character. Personally, I really like Littlefinger. I would find him here at age 14. I only know this because of the they call these the fingers. So, there's lots of options available, but I was thinking what I would probably do is I would take... Unless like somebody says you have to play Tywin, like there's all you need to do. You always like the Iron Isles, so these, right? Oh, this might be interesting actually, because it's actually really isolated. So I could take like a small lord and see if I can wind up becoming the new head of the Iron Isles. That's a really neat idea, Blah. You can play as the White Walkers? You might. Let's just take a look. No, it's all wildlings. But the White Walkers absolutely are a part of this game. I'm liking what Blassie's saying there, so let's take a look at what we've got options here. So again, I want to focus... One really good way of learning Crusader Kings 2 is not going big. If you play Europa Universalis 4, you want to go big, because it's a lot more about throwing your weight around. But in the case... Oh, Jessie Quill, thank you so much. I'll see whether or not she's in chat. She's got family visiting, so may not necessarily be able to stop by. But yeah, so if you want to learn Crusader Kings, it's a really good idea. Here's Dear woman, Jessie Quill. Guys, please, if you don't know her, if you haven't followed already, definitely check her out. She's an absolutely lovely human being, somebody who I love chatting with off-cast. She's a really big help to this cast. She's obviously she mods like nobody's business. But more importantly, she is a very gifted caster on Twitch TV. She is an exceptional personality. She has a great empathy and an ability to sort of communicate original ideas to people, and to kind of make games a setting for interesting interesting topics, right? So I'll talk about economics. I'll talk about a lot of the things that I'm studying myself, and Jess will do the same. She'll talk about maybe more, as she likes to call them, social justice issues. And in fact, we had a conversation today where I'm trying to push out my perspective on things, and she's a very nice counterbalance, so that if I may be trying to get a little too crazy on a topic, she'll usually rein me back in. But very dear friend, and I definitely somebody who's worth checking out. She's an exceptional streamer. All right, so like I said, if you want to learn Crusader Kings 2, it actually doesn't hurt to play somebody small. Now, it does mean that you have some idle moments in the game, but that's, again, it's not necessarily bad. You don't have to worry about... Who's that?
Better word is good.
Oh my god.
What is dead can never die, and stuff.
Jess, thank you so much. I feel like I need to talk with you about this. You're incredible. Thank you so much, especially after Shozaku came in and gave us a $50 donation last cast. So we're coming off of some extremely generous donations to the stream, and this is supposed to be for you guys. This is supposed to be it's supposed to be thank you to you, not thank you to me. So thank you very much, guys. I don't know what else to say, but Jess especially. I gave you such a small shout out compared to what you normally get, and you pay me instead. Thanks a lot. All right. So you can look at the crowns. This will be a king, a duke, and a count. Count is the lowest. I'm tempted to try a count, although I can also sort of see a duke as well. But let's do exactly what we did with the House of Rose playthrough. Let's try and find a somewhat young count let's try and find a somewhat young count to take over the Iron Isles with. Okay, this isn't so bad. And then we can take a look at lords. These might actually just be singular areas on their own, but yeah. Alright, let's try this guy. So, obviously it's going to say that the difficulty is monumental, and this is just because you're relatively weak. But what we're going to try and do... We'll hit play. Alright, Crusader Kings... In Crusader Kings 2, A Game of Thrones, you play as a succession of rulers from a single dynasty. There is no set goal, but a world filled with ambitious rivals. Secure more land to increase your power and protect your house. And remember, winter is coming. You cannot hold infinite amounts of land yourself. To expand, you will need to rely on vassal rulers. Keep them happy with titles and gifts, lest they decide to revolt. As a ruler, your first priority is to secure an heir. If you do not have a legitimate heir when your character dies, the game will end. Other pressing matters appear as alerts along the top of the screen. Crusader Kings 2 is a pausable real-time game. This means that you issue commands both while the game is paused and when the clock is running. To pause or unpause the game, click the date in the upper right corner and press spacebar unless the plus and minus symbols to speed up time or slow it down. Crusader Kings 2 takes place on a fully 3D map. You can zoom in and out using your mouse scroll wheel Holding the scroll wheel and moving the mouse lets you pan. You can always reset the map by pressing backspace. I actually never knew that about backspace. That's why it's important to read this stuff, so. Alright, you're playing an Ironborn Lord of the Drowned God Religion. Ironborn Culture Effects. And by the way, I am... So... This is why you think you're finally getting SOIFCK2? Song of Ice and Fire. Yes, you are. CPO Williams. Like I said, so we had a super long introduction here. It was really funny to look at chat. So many people like coming in and then just leaving. But I'm gonna there were two plans behind this, and it was one to make sure that I could do Crusader Kings 2, and number two, I don't know how this mod works, so we're gonna be learning this together. This is gonna be exactly like that first time that I streamed Crusader Kings 2. I'm looking forward to it, and I hope you guys are too. And that's why I'm reading all of this. One, I know I can kind of get away with it because you guys, I don't know, I hear you guys like the sound of my voice. But you learn important stuff. This is how you learn this game. So again, we made a specific decision. We chose a small, Lord Blasi had a wonderful idea about playing one of the Ironborn because I think it's a really cool little area. And it's set up in sort of a nice way to try and maybe throw around our weight a little bit. By the way, CPO Williams and Endors, not exclusively for you, but I'm thinking at the end of the week there's going to be something that you both really like, and I'm just going to leave it at that. I'll be sure to like tag you guys and let you know what's going on. Actually, my birthday's on Friday, so maybe I'll take a day to myself and then I'll do like a Saturday cast or something. But yeah, I'll make sure you know well ahead of time when it happens, because I think you're both really gonna like what I've got coming up. Mm-hmm. 24 hours of Meepo gameplay. I mean, I'm gonna be moving across the country. I need moving money. I'll set up a donation jar to do 24 hours of Meepo. All right. So you're playing an Ironborn Lord of the Drowned God Religion. Oh, I didn't know that. Happy pre-birthday. Ironborn Culture Effects prefers to raid overseas with ship if looting is allowed. Rulers can raid infidel neighbors for loot. Can go on landless adventures. Okay, cool. So these are like the Vikings. Yeah, Lironath. I've played Crusader Kings 2 quite a bit. I know the game relatively well, but any view I've done of the Song of Ice and Fire mod is very superficial. I actually don't know the books that well either, so it's a little bit of a a new take, but one of the things that I really enjoyed when I was starting off streaming, like this is a big 1K celebration that 1,000 follower celebration that we're doing. So one of the things that I thought would be kind of cool is to take a complicated mod like the Game of Thrones one and learn it. Basically do the exact same thing that I did when first learning Crusader Kings 2, which is just throw myself in on stream and see how it goes. So I hope it's not too dull for you, but I know if you're looking for skilled gameplay, you will decidedly not find that here. So thanks for stopping by. Alright, feudal government revolves around the oath between the liege and the vassal, and feudal lords can only directly own so many holdings before they must start to rely on vassals, whose loyalty may vary. There are several succession laws to pick between, each with its own merits. The realm authority law controls the minimum levy your vassals must provide and the number of direct vassals you can have. If you should become a vassal to the Iron Throne, you will have the choice of retaining your current title or to adopt the style of Lord Paramount. You can hold castle and fort holdings without penalties. You can build castle, city, and temple and fort holdings. I've got all of the DLC except for the Sunset Invasion, which I will probably never own and certainly have no intentions of enabling. I don't know if it does anything for Song of Ice and Fire, but... Kingsguard government vassals are not included in the vassal limit calculation. So I sort of know what the Kingsguard is from the show, but we'll have to take a look at the mechanics behind that. And the Ironborn worship the drowned god, who commands them to reave and reap, and whose halls they will go to in death, to be waited on by mermaids. Worshippers of the drowned god are baptized in a ritual drowning shortly after birth, for what is dead may never die. Fleets can navigate major rivers. Rulers can raid infidel neighbors for loot. Vassals do not mind if their levies are raised. Drowned god men can take up to 20 lovers, slaves, or captives as concubines. Hoes in different area codes. Sunset Invasion in a Game of Thrones mod is worse than vanilla Sunset Invasion. I just don't understand the idea behind it. I mean, I get, counterfactual history is really fun in this game, but just a random Aztec invasion just seems so... Like, it seems like somebody just kind of came up with an idea on, like, a corporate retreat, and then they actually charged people for that idea. That's horrifying. Rulers lose prestige if at peace for too long. Well, that won't be a problem for us. There is and can exist no religious head. They can take captives as concubines, known to the Ironborn as salt wives. Children of salt wives are considered legitimate, but are excluded from succession unless designated otherwise. Independent kings may be able to freely invade neighbors. Can sacrifice prisoners to the drowned god. And feudal elective kingdoms determine succession via Kingsmoot. Okay, this is the one thing that's going to be difficult, is the succession laws, I think. Alright, so it looks like we can appoint council positions. So what I normally like to do is look at my character. I've actually got quite a few troops. So Paramount, is it Quillen of the Iron Islands? Oh yeah, so there's Balin Greyjoy, who I believe is in the TV show. And which one? Theon is the one who I believe is taken by Ned Stark. Not even close, Melee Mage. We haven't even unpaused yet. I've been trying to introduce and build this all up. So normally what I like to do is look at the characters. So in this case, stats are not that impressive. Poor diplomacy, very poor martial. This is actually going to be a problem. Average stewardship, non-existent intrigue, and good learning. So basically what I probably want to be doing with a stewardship like this is I'm probably going to be focusing on mercenaries. I have an heir, and it looks like he's got a daughter. Now, again, he's not particularly good at fighting either, and he's shy. So Balon, it's gonna fall to you at some point. So let's start by assigning a spy master. In this case, I'm just gonna go straight by. Intrigue. So reasonable, no worse than any of my other council members, but still not necessarily that great. And Chalk of the North. I think we'll maybe take some visits north. Alright. Let's just do what we normally do when we start off. So, in this case, what we want to do is we want to well, there's going to be two purposes. So if you want to learn Crusader Kings 2, and especially in a mod like this, which is really complicated. Like, again, I don't know what any of these things do. I rely on the mouse over tooltips. So I don't know what a Castellan is. I know it's my heir who is it. But we can get him to oversee the province, which will decrease build time modifiers and increase the tax modifier. So that's very tempting. I could improve defenses. This would be if I was worried about being attacked, but I think I'm probably going to be a little more offensive on this style of character. We could pacify a province. which in this case would increase the levy size, reduce local revolt risk, and increase the levy reinforcement rate. So this might be tempting if I thought I was short on troops. I might want to take a look at what some of my neighbors have. And then there's improved holdings. Once the work on improving a holding is started, the Castilian could be sent there to direct the workers' efforts. So in this case, I've only got 37 wealth. I wouldn't necessarily be using that to, you know, to build up a, you know, a castle or something like that. The King's Moot only applies to the independent Iron Islands, if you're correct, so you don't need to worry about that for now. Awesome, Larinath. Thank you for sharing that. Before I make a decision, I just want to take a look. So I've got 3.39. He's got 2.39, so we're actually, short of the fact that he's actually a fairly good commander, we could probably clobber... I'm actually kind of curious. Can I just straight up declare war? No. I need a casus belli. So this is an interesting question. Do I just want to... Yeah. I think I'm just going to start by fabricating a claim. We have the numbers that we need. What kind of allies does he have? I mean, these are all non-aggression, so it's not too worried about that. So I'm going to assume that I don't need more troops for now. At least from my Castellan's point of view. Now I've got the captain of the fleet. Suppress revolts, again, I usually don't like doing this because it's a fairly weak way of playing. There's other ways that you can improve your holdings. I mean, obviously if your place is about to fall apart, but this is like playing not to lose rather than playing to win. Hello, Link the Informer. Train troops is a fairly intuitive one. Increases your levy size and your reinforcement rate. I'm probably going to wind up doing that. I could train children. Now, this is very tempting. Thank you very much for that host, Link. I could possibly try and help myself 2 generations down by improving my child's combat abilities, but I think I'm going to try and do that instead through childhood focuses. I could also organize a raid. This is actually really tempting because, you know, I can start going to all these other areas and start, you know, pillaging there. But what I am going to do here is I'm going to, especially because I decided to increase my taxes as the Castilian, I'm going to use my captain of the fleet to train some troops. I did not know, I've never used that mod, but I'm playing the Game of Thrones mod. Alright, next up, I can oversee construction. Again, this is assuming that I'm building something, or I can collect taxes. Fairly sensible for my treasure. I believe this becomes Master of Coin if you're a larger... sorry, religious county conversions is massively reduced? You mean for like the... oh god, who is it? Like under proselytize? I am playing as a minor noble on the Iron Islands, Link. Now it's not clear to me what I want to do with my Spy Master. One of my original strategies was going to be to try and sort of like marry into these different things. And I would... I'd kind of try and figure out how the inheritance winds up working and try and like assassinate my way into some titles, but that may not necessarily be... That may not be something I can actually pull off. Okay, so let's see. He's got a Marshal 13. What does the son have? Son's even better at fighting, so I actually want to keep him alive. I'm really stumped about what I'm supposed to do with the... Oh wow, so I picked like the worst fighter on the Iron Islands. That's really funny. Second worst fighter on the Iron Islands. You like to make a matrilineal marriage to someone next in line, assassinate first in line, bam. I mean, I've never had too much success with the plot, but it's more like just playing the angles. Okay, let's go to intrigue and just see what my plot options are. Well, I certainly have no... I have no shortage of... Oh my god. These kidnappings seem kind of tempting. So there doesn't seem to be any benefit to me doing an assassination at the moment. What can I do to mess with this guy, though? So they generate 0.93, so they're actually a little wealthier than I am. I don't necessarily want to sabotage their economy, though. Well... no, there's got to be something stronger I can do, so... So I'm thinking there's one of two things I can do. I could either try and sabotage the relation... oh, hang on. There's normally... oh, so descent is for the Justicar. Okay. I think just for the sake of moving things forward, I'm going to build a spy network. Let's try and kidnap... oh god, his sons are so good at fighting. Okay, so his stats overall are a little more frightening, so let's try and kidnap Aelin. If I can, which it doesn't appear that I can. Yeah, there we go. Also, raiding is not advisable if you have a weak, humble top liege as ruler who are raided by you. Sorry, also raiding is not advisable if you have a weak or humble top liege, as rulers who are raided by you can ask for compensation. Oh, okay, that's a very interesting feature, Leon Rath. Now, I don't believe that's the case for this liege. He's infirm. He's stubborn. So quick, strong, skilled fighter, Reaver. Eddie P307, thank you very much for that follow. I really appreciate that. So Link, that character is actually already on a mission to fabricate a claim. Okay, so it doesn't seem to be a problem for him, and the next in line is a tremendous badass. So I think we're good for a couple of generations. Now, I don't actually expect this thing to work, but I just kind of figure that espionage is a wasted trait if you don't do something with it. Finally, we have the Drowned Man, so this is the equivalent of the Priest. We don't really have any better versions. Now, Build Zeal is kind of interesting because of the monthly piety that you'll get. Perform Charity is what I normally would have done, because the other areas don't have... like, so Proselytize, I don't think I'm going to be convincing anybody on the rest of Westeros that the Drowned God is the best god. Perform Charity is like just something you kind of get for free. But in this case, because I can build Zeal, have your Drowned Man whip up religious zeal among the people, increasing your piety and possibly even attracting holy warriors. If you don't use these troops for waves or raids or wars of conquest, they will get angry and you will lose piety. So in this case, this is a really nice one because it also gives me a possibility of some more raiding parties. Alright, so after all of that, we are done. Now, my son is currently unlanded. Now, I don't really think I have any, I don't think I really have any land to grant him, so that's another reason why we want to go a conquering. And then selling the idea of worshipping a god who can't even swim probably isn't easy. Nicely done, Petty. So I think I've got everything that I wanted out of the count screen. There's things like minor titles. I'm not going to bother with any of those yet, partially because I'm not 100% clear on some of these things. So the bodyguard is sort of tempting. I'll maybe wait on this a little bit before I actually start, before I start fighting. Well, what do we have? Why not? Let's... Oh, hang on. It probably costs money, doesn't it? Yeah. That was probably a mistake. So, I'll hold off on that. What are the other titles I can give? Master of the Bow is a prestigious honorific usually granted to those with demonstrated ability in bowmanship. Fair enough. Bodyguards are advisable. Okay. Well, let's just load them up then. Master of the Blade, prestigious honorific usually granted to those with demonstrated ability in swordsmanship. Champion, title is bestowed upon as considered champion of the realm. There is surely no greater honor for mortal men to aspire to. Cupbearer, I think, is the same. Designated region is probably the same. Protect me during battles. Okay, good to know. And then we've got a couple of we've got one terrible commander here. It would probably have actually been better for me to take somebody else, but we do have the possibility that we'll use mercenaries depending on how much money we can generate. So again, when I normally learning a game, I take a look at my character. I'm generally a nice guy. I'm a competent steward, poor fighter, kind, chaste, just, patient. Oh my god, what a lame ass. Of all the characters on the Iron Isles I could have picked, I picked the one who's a nice guy. Sorry guys, I'm engaging in antisocial eating. Okay, so Leonrath, this is actually an interesting point because I had a suspicion that the tutorial I tried watching was mistaken on this, but my understanding is that personal dueling has nothing to do with martial ability. That martial ability is your ability to command troops, and that you're looking for traits like fighter and things like that. So let's just take a quick look at... So yeah, there really doesn't seem to be any... Oh wait, 1.5. So does everybody have one of these multipliers? So they're a worse duelist than I am. Negative 1.5. Four. Okay, so I've got one incompetent, basically. How's it going, Oswald the Lucky? Martial is for commanding, while personal dueling skill is for duels. Good to see. Yeah, so Oswald the Lucky, what I'm doing is I'm trying to learn this mod while kind of recapture what I did on my very first Crusader Kings 2 stream and just learn everything by looking at tooltips, which is probably why so many people are coming into the stream and then, like, exiting. At least I could beat this old crone in a duel. Yes, it does, Link. Alright. So we'll have about 4,000 troops once my Master-at-Arms is sort of done. Sorry, Captain of the Fleet has done what they want. I'll take a quick look at laws. This is different because of Conclave. I know I haven't played as much Conclave, and I know a lot of people didn't catch me when I did that last. So you shouldn't have somebody as a bodyguard unless they have the fighter trait. Okay. So even the fact that... this actually raises an interesting question here, Liranath. So in the case of... my existing bodyguards here. So in this case, I've got a guy who's got a much better dual skill multiplier. Oh, actually, never mind, because he's a trained fighter anyway. Whereas these are strictly worse than my ruler anyway. So fair enough. Hey, P Warrior of the Lord. Yeah, Oswald the Lucky. I mean, they did a very wonderful job. So first of all, for those of you who are a fan of the books, like, this is what you get, right? This loving recreation of the world that so many people are familiar with, either from the television show or from the books. And the details there, right? So I'm playing before, or just on the eve of Robert's Rebellion. So here's a younger Tywin Lannister. If you want to see Littlefinger, there he is, tender age of 14. 1.5, what I mean, my character has 2, right? So just say, like, let's say, you know, for the sake of argument, let's say my character, or that character had a 2.5. Would it have made sense to have them as a bodyguard because it's better than what I have currently? Or is it just you should not put people, you know, it's not enough that they're better than your ruler? I'm just trying to think. See, this is the problem that I run into. I don't know this game very well, but I guess the other one, here is the Mad King that you always keep hearing about, Aerys II the Mad. It's his wife that's in hiding. Alright, so, what are we up to now? Alright, so I was going to take a quick look at laws. So I can't do anything to change this. So we are under agnatic cognatic primogeniture. I don't know if it's any different in other realms in this mod. I can't do anything about civic and religious law. I can change my vassal obligations, but I don't have any vassals, so that doesn't matter. And I could abolish my council, but I don't quite see the point at the moment. They'll just get mad at me, and until they actually start doing things that I don't like, I won't take away power from them. Oh, that's interesting, Oswald the Lucky, because like I kind of thought I was going to learn the way that I would recommend most people learn. But we'll give it a shot. I mean, if nothing else, it's a lesson learned in terms of how you can maneuver throughout the game. Nothing really for me to do inside of army levies. I will just take a quick look, though, at mercenaries. It looks like they're roughly the same cost of about 150. It does look like we have some cheaper ones, though, as far as boats are concerned. And then if I want, like, discount troops, this is actually kind of nice. So it looks like I can hire a bunch of Dorns, and it's only going to cost me about 112, so I don't need to save quite as much to just get that shot in the arm for troops. I mean, it's a small difference, but it's something that that can matter. Now, intrigue is really different. This is one that I'm sort of looking forward to get into. You just never have any gold? Oh, fair enough. So go on a reaving. Pay the iron price and organize an ironborn reaving across the Narrow Sea to pillage and plunder. Where is the Narrow Sea? Is this the Narrow Sea? Is this just what they call the whole sea? Organize the Ironborn reaving across the Narrow Siege to pillage and plunder. Between Westeros and Oh, so this thing. Wait, so I'm seriously going... I'm like almost... From here to... Good lord. Alright. You will need a regent while away. I have to be older than 16, have a personal wealth of 50, be at peace, not a prisoner. So basically I need to be competent. I gain a bunch of prestige, piety, and I lose gold. Alright guys, I'm very hungry. I actually skipped dinner so I was obviously really late in getting started today. So I've got a small little chili with me. And if you'd like, I can try and share this experience of social eating with you. I'm just taking a little bit of bread and well, let's just go for it. Alright. New courtier we already have. Household guard would be kind of nice, because in this case I'll get some more infantry and cavalry. It'll come at the cost of these the lost taxes, but I have a fairly high stewardship, so I think probably more bodies to make up for my lack of military ability is not a bad idea. I can ask the Iron Bank for a loan, 50 gold, at a princely sum of 25% interest. What am I, Greece? I would rather not delegate granting honorary titles. I don't know if this is giving information or if this actually makes this showing stuff, like who owns Valyrian blades and things like that. I don't really know if this actually causes your marshal to like not do things or something like that. But I'm not too interested in doing any of these things other than establish a household guard once I have some money. Alright, next up, factions. I could ask for elective succession, which I'm probably not going to work. I could depose the existing leader, which I probably don't have the strength for. I could make a liege loyalist faction. Or I could increase council power in the Iron Islands. Well, I eventually want to take over the Iron Islands. So I don't necessarily think, unless I'm on the council, I don't see any benefit in creating power for them. How much does he like me? How you doing, Leah2? Guys, Leah2 is a very good friend of the stream as well. He is also occasionally a Crusader Kings 2 streamer as well, but I always like to shout him out as the really diverse streamer. So he does everything from haircutting to programming. Wonderful guy. Definitely feel free to check him out. As Jesse Quill likes to say, follows are free. But it's not the low cost that you should be checking out Leah2 for. It's because of his good content. Alright. So there's a side of me that just kind of wants to see how this founding a faction that's loyal to the Iron Islands. There's a side of me that just kind of wants to see how that works. I don't see any reason to do it, but let's just let's give it a shot. One thing that's maybe worth mentioning in this game that I think is really interesting is at least in the version that I originally played and couldn't make any sense out of. So there is Westeros, and then when a rebellion starts, all of these individual kingdoms break up. I actually think they do a better job of the breakup of empires than the original game. So like in the case of, so if you were to play Crusader Kings 2 at the Charlemagne expansion, if you were to start the game, you could be forgiven for thinking that the Empire of Francia was two separate kingdoms, where in reality it was one kingdom ruled by two brothers. And the way that they capture that idea is to have two separate kingdoms, and then eventually, you know, one of them dies and you inherit the whole thing. But I think this game actually does a really interesting idea, which is it creates an empire, and then when rebellion happens, all of these lords basically decide, okay, I'm going to be a loyalist or I'm going to be a rebel, and the entire thing breaks up. It creates this really great little tense moment where you don't quite know where your allies are, which is kind of cool. I don't know if we can directly call... I don't know if we can declare war on other gods yet, but I think indoors we can probably just take a big pile of troops and just take what we want. So we'll find like our weakest neighbor and we'll just go start pillaging. All right, so done factions. I don't know what to make of religion. So. Anyways, so we're done with these. Again, I think one of the really good ways of just handling this if you're learning a game is just to go straight left to right. I ignored ambition and focus because that's going to be taken care of here. One of our immediate goals that we're going to set for ourselves is to get some more territory. I can make my son landed by taking this. Like my sort of medium-term goal is to become a duke if I can, or whatever the regional equivalent is. According to chat, that's going to be difficult, but it's worth the old college try. So it allows multiple civil wars, which work quite well, and even allows count-tier characters to choose sides. That, I think, is probably the thing that interested me the most about this mod. Alright, let's pick an ambition. So there's two ways that we can go with this. We can double down... Oh, sorry, that's focus. Alright, so... I could try to gain a position of power. But I think probably... Wait, adopt a lifestyle? So here's a question. Adopt a lifestyle is different from a focus, right? Alright, so I'll just read through these while people clarify. So, I can try to become Castilian, which is not likely because there are people with higher stewardship than me. I can try to become Lord Treasurer. Again, people with higher. I want to become a counselor, which again would require... if I wanted to do that, I would probably be buttering up my lord. Lifestyles or traits. Okay, cool. I could try to become regent. Well, good luck. I don't want to do Paragon of Virtue and Exalted Among Men just because these don't seem very achievable for such a small lord. This is a very appealing one for me right now. Fall in Love, I mean... More diplomacy is great, but whatever. Screw you, wife. I'm chaste. Have many children. Oh god, what's that guy? Walder Frey. It's gotta be here somewhere. Yep. Oh my god. So, for those of you who've seen the TV show, it's a lot of babies. Oh, the crossing. Thanks. Sorry, guys. As you can see, I do not know this. I do not know this mod, and I do not know this world. So, all right. Anyways, I don't want to be Walder Frey. Don't want to adopt a lifestyle, and I can probably go without. So these are things that I can sort of pursue later, except maybe the kid thing. But so I don't have a daughter. I mean, it'd be okay diplomacy-wise, but maybe we just try this with my son. So let's try improve combat ability, because that's pretty atrocious. And then next up... so what I'm thinking is I can try doubling down on the business focus, because again, that's going to be very good for money, and we indirectly deal with our weakness in combat through the hiring of mercenaries. Or alternatively, I try and adopt more martial abilities, and again, hope that some of the events are going to make me a little bit better at those. So just a second, guys. I'm going to enjoy another bite of my pseudo-dinner. So Lord Theon engages in all things martial, from melee training to reading the works of ancient generals. This focus unlocks the dual action for rivals and foes. I know I also get hunting, but I think I'm actually thinking the better thing to do is take on a war focus. Let's try and shore up some of our weaknesses, especially given the fact that we're going to be very combat oriented. Finally, we've got a child. So, similar idea here. I don't want my kid to be a bitch when he grows up, so I can either choose pride or struggle, which are the war-oriented ones. So Balon is very loosely tutored, chiefly being left to his own devices and competing with other children. Common trait outcomes are rowdy and willful. Or pride, Balon is tutored by his counselors and noblemen, being groomed for rulership. Common trait outcomes are haughty and brooding. I think I'll try for this one. Just because it is sort of ruler-focused, while still being martial. Of course, my son probably doesn't do much. Hey, Alex the Rambler. Actually, speaking of birthdays, it was Alex's birthday not too long ago. Great Total War streamer. Does a majority of YouTube content. But he's been doing some more streaming lately, and it's good stuff. Again, I don't know the Total War series that well. Maybe that's another thing that I can try sometime. But he's done a really wonderful job of sort of making that game understandable, putting it into bite-sized sections for YouTube. And if you want to get an idea of the contrast between the two different styles, he's actually not bad to check out in that sense. Alright, so we've been like streaming for an hour, we haven't actually taken any action. So let's find a weak neighbor to do a raid on. So these individual lords are... Alright, so I want to be careful of that guy. Okay. Next, I want to see their liege. Okay, cool. Speaking of the phrase, let's pay them a visit. Because his whole army, I mean, it could still take me on, but it's not insurmountable. The only thing that kind of spooks me is that I'm kind of close to his capital. So this could actually turn out to be... the king will get pissed off if you raid during a mega war. This guy? I won't worry about it. I just really want to do something. Let's give it a shot. Exactly, Petty. Alright, so I'm thinking... Cape of the Eagles is probably where we want to go. And the moment you've been waiting for, our opening turns for Crusader Kings. Oh. History is a subject that has always fascinated you, and you have spent the last few weeks studying the campaigns of the Iron King Korhed Hore? There are many lessons to be learned from how he led the Ironborn to the peak of our expansion, ruling territory along the Sunset Sea from the Arbor to Bear Island. Perhaps I too will march east someday, or I should devote more time studying this. Oh yeah, definitely I want to be studying strategy. Alright. Why can I not raid your asses? Oh, because I'm not out in the water. My liege, I have collected tithe and black tithe. The money should reach you together with this letter. Your humble steward, Manfred. So we got 556 gold out of that. Alright. So, looks like it's just me who's leading this sorry little raid, so... Alright guys, I believe in you! Let's go get some cash! Incompetent military ruler is no longer affecting us. We had very poor military rule happen to us. We have in command happen to us. Alright. And I am now master of the bow? No, that's his son. Alright, and looks like the Freys are just going to let this happen to them. So, I'm happy about that. And we've got another tithe of 9 gold. Now, these ships are actually really expensive, so unless there's something that the ships can do for raiding, I'm actually going to send them back home and capitalize. Oh, a fleet bearing some loot has returned from raiding Lord Theon of Blacktide, gains 235 gold and 1.17 prestige. Still not enough to pay for itself in a month, but we'll just disband that and we'll siege down the castle. While they've been embroiled in conflict, we have been reaving the lands loyal to a great ruler. They will surely be displeased with this flagrant breach of the laws of their land. We are Ironborn. We will follow our own way. And yeah, so Aerys II is mad at me. Well, I mean, his name is Aerys the Mad, right? Why you gotta be mad all the time? He will be focused on you since he's not fighting that. Well, there's no civil war going, or is there? I can't remember if it starts off as a civil war or not. Oh yeah, so it is fighting. Anyway, he hasn't showed up, so I'm feeling okay. Can I not just take the profits back? I was under the impression, at least in the original game, if you just brought a ship back up and brought your party back, that was enough to get the money. The Lords of the Iron Islands have approved the institution of High Realm Authority Law. Right. I mean, at this point, I'll just raid for the hell of it. Oh! Yep, they're coming to kick my ass. This was a mistake! Run for your lives! Get on the boats, friends! 21st December, 24th November. So long, suckers. Well, I don't really know CPO Williams because I've never played as Vikings. You can tell. Alright. See these guys. Oh yeah, they're fighting against the king. Don't mind us, we're just gonna help ourselves to your loot. Let's see if I can just get really... Oh, I can't split this in half. Drop. I was gonna try and steal, steal more. Nope. There's a possibility, because the morale was a little low, I might have won that, but my marshal is so bad, I wouldn't want to risk it. You can leave a ship on a neighboring sea tile and transfer the gold to the ship without remover. So this automatically is collecting the gold, I think is what you're trying to say? Dear Lord Theon of Blacktide, I hereby invite you to a grand feast and pike. Your presence... Oh, sorry guys. Your presence at the feast would be greatly appreciated, and I look forward to your attendance, Lord Paramount Quellen. I travel to the feast. You guys stay out in the cold and siege. So like this. Cool, so it actually pays for itself. Thank you for that. I will eventually start speeding up the game, but I'd kind of like to just see how this thing sort of works. I'm okay with absolute realm authority on the assumption that I wind up ruling. The Reaving party has been roving the coast, but a local patrol has spotted us and is attacking. Being Ironborn, we of course shall meet this challenge, but the leader of their band stands before me with one thought but to kill me. Oh god. So I fight the local master at arms even though I suck. This is such... So I could do Craven. No, you know what? Screw it. This is probably going to result in my death, but I'll show you guys another thing that makes this mod really cool. So there's two ways that war happens in this game. There is the... there's what you'll be familiar with from the original Crusader Kings game, which is, you know, armies moving all over the place and moving around. And, like, your individual performance in combat is basically random events that pop up. Now, what's going to happen here is we're going to go into a different style of combat, which is going to focus on things like this trait. I am a poor fighter, and I have a low dual skill. So I could choose to run away, but again, lose prestige, piety, and... you know, I don't want to do that. I need to man up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to charge, and my character will engage in a duel, but the fact of the matter is this is the Master of Arms in a local area, so he's probably going to kick my ass. But here we go. Charge. You and Gorgon slowly circle each other, tense and focused. You scan him for any signs of weakness, any opening in his defense that you could possibly exploit. So... he is a trained fighter and has a... I don't know if any of these others matter, but he definitely has a better dual skill multiplier. I do need to pay the iron price. I am going to get... clobbered. Alright, you and Gore... Okay, so... what do I do? I think I'll just say one mistake is all he'll get. Because that seems the most cautious. As you and Gorgon engage, you slip up and leave an opening in your defense. Gorgon strikes to try and take advantage. Defend yourself. You try and hold Gorgon back, but his onslaught is unstoppable. You only slip once, but once is all he needs. Ah! Lord Theon of Blacktide dies. Gorgon is victorious. Theon is no longer the drowned man for Lord Baylor. Master Ronald's no longer Maester for Lord Baylor. This is... okay, I'll skip the whole council. Lord Theon has set course for heaven at age 41. He was slain by Gorgon in personal combat. Long live Lord Baylor! And there we are, got CK2 boys, GG. Yeah, thanks guys! Alright. So... let's just take a quick look here. I've got crap diplomats. I got a fairly decent spy master, though. Want to buy one drowned man. I actually don't quite know how I wind up getting another religious head, so... So I'm just setting up the same things that I had. My priest is my Castilian. I definitely prefer... Well, the zeal might be... So there used to be a reappoint option. I don't personally would rather not. I'd really rather not piss him off just so I can fire him and reassign him. But that's weird because it used to be. It used to be that you could actually assign them a new title. You gotta hire a new courtier and get. Oh, so it will actually give me options when I do employ a new courtier. 3 is fine. So. You're better at theology than the last guy anyway. Alright, so we'll get him to build zeal as usual. Pick an ambition. Try not to have what happened to your dad happen to you, okay? Fortunately, I've got a spare. And looks like we still have the same bodyguards as before. And nobody with individual combat ability, so we'll just... We'll keep as is. Now the council's going to be discontent because of the change in rulership, and one character owes me a favor, Ysella. But I don't really think. Do I want to marry off my mom? Why not? Have fun. Yeah, I think we'll just kind of continue as we did. Have a new heir. If your character dies, you'll now play as Balon Blacktide. Your father, Lord Theon Blacktide, has died. Now falls to you to decide whether to make a funeral a big and special event or just keep it small and private. I can hold a big funeral for monthly piety or just a small... Yeah, let's make it big. Who will you invite to the funeral of Lord Theon Blacktide? Just the family for 30 gold, all of court, and all the lords and ladies of the realm. Jesus Christ, this is expensive. Just the family. I can't afford anything else. What do you mean check the shoot with the loot icon? Like I have to bring it back in every once in a while? Invitations have been sent to the lords and ladies of the realm to come to the funeral. It is time to prepare the feast and the funeral itself. The guests will arrive soon, so best get on with it. Yeah, only $4. Yeah, so it can carry 180. I don't really think I need to jump back and forth that much. Spend enough to satisfy hunger. I don't want to be too stingy because I think that I suffer prestige losses. But... Okay, I didn't know dying was so expensive in this game. Oh. Also, I'm gonna kidnap a guy. Are we not able to lay siege to this anymore? Guests arrived at Blacktide, and it is now time to start the feastings to celebrate the life of Lord Theon Blacktide. Let the feasting commence. Oh yeah, so it's empty. I think just so I can... I might just wind up dying again, but I kind of want to clobber this before it becomes a problem. Two of your courtiers at the feast have brought a dispute before you to settle. The inheritance of some small property in Blacktide is unclear, and Marin Humble and Megan both claim it is theirs. It is left to you to settle who shall be declared heir to this land. So I can get 50 bucks. Okay, so my wife can get it, or... oh, my captain of the fleet. Keep it in the family. Yeah, I think this is what you're talking about, right, CPO Williams? It's been a day since Lord Theon passed away. The strongest reavers and kin of the dead have gathered in the keep, where a drowned man is brought to check the deceased. Then the assembled party lift up the body and carry it from the keep to a waiting ship and is sailed out into the open sea where the anchor is cast. The drowned man gathers up seawater and sprinkles it upon the dead, speaking the ancient words. With the rites completed, each member of the conclave come together to recount the memories of the deceased, their greatest reaving, major boarding actions, and the many treasures paid for with the iron price. As the sun falls, the drowned man ties off the body and it is cast overboard with the words, "What is dead may never die, but rises again harder and stronger." And so it is done. Lord Theon Blacktide was slain by Gorgon in personal combat on February the 8th, 8283, at age 41. He was a man who is known to be compassionate. Holding a funeral will be removed from Lord Baelor of Blacktide, which gives him monthly piety. It's quite the garrison they've got. See, this would be a perfect time if I had a claim after Wolf's taken some loot from my enemy, but what, they're gonna come back and as White Walkers or something like that? So I have lack of funds happening to us. It's kind of tempting to run this stuff off just so I don't have too many... I think I have to. Oh, the Reaving Party has been roving the coast, but a local patrol has spotted us and is attacking. Being Ironborn, we will of course meet this challenge, but the leader of the band stands before me with but one thought: to kill me. Well, so it didn't work very well last time. So he'll not event manage to touch me. You and Oswald engage. You slip up and leave an opening in your defense. Oswald strikes to try and take advantage. I think we're gonna lose another son. You try and hold Oswald back, but his onslaught is unstoppable. You only slip once, but once is all he needs. I suck! Alright, so I don't have to raise... generations of incompetent military commanders. This is not consistent with how I want to play, so I will do another Iron Isles. I mean, I'm making it a problem for myself just because I'm leading raiding parties by characters who don't aren't equipped for it. So what I'm... oh, damn it, wrong one. So what I'll do is I'll just make sure that I play somebody who's a little more consistent with actually being able to defend themselves. So this is the big one. Should play a richer house so I can afford all the burials. Thanks, blah. This is actually one of the reasons why I kind of wanted to do it this way. So, I mean, I'll be honest with you. If I wasn't playing on stream, kind of sucks you can't get to see the character's stats. So I think this guy was like the worst fighter. So the only problem here, this guy's tempting, but I think it puts him like right beside... Oh no, okay, actually let's try this guy then. But yeah, so what I probably would have done, to be honest, is I'd probably have tried to play through this, but play it slightly more merchant-oriented and just eventually reshape the family into fighters. But again, because I kind of want to have a little more action on this, I'm just going to reset. But this is the big thing that I like about Crusader Kings 2, is like there's nothing to get mad about if you lose. Like, just re-roll, play another group again. Like, I find I learn a lot more from my failures in the game than I do from, you know, just steamrolling everything. So, I mean, obviously I've got like an hour and a half where like I made no progress in a game, but I did learn a little bit more about the combat mechanics than I do So Lerna, I do really appreciate the help in that, but there's a certain point where I need to make this my own playthrough as well, so I appreciate the recommendations for houses and things like that, but I know what this guy's stats were, and I wanted to go a slightly different direction. Mr. Mook, does this qualify as the coolest hair? It's the most unique hair. Right, so what do we do? I still got a crappy marshal. Alright, well, I know my new ambition. How are we for military? So this guy's gonna be a bit of a pain to fight. I guess there's nobody lower than him, so what I probably have to do is take some of these other neighboring areas. So this guy is a badass, but he's not long for this world. His son is a bit weaker. But they've got 4,000 armies. Alright, so it looks like Walden is my target here. Is that his real hair or just a happy accident? We'll never know. Is it AJ Fry 22? Thank you very much for that follow. I really appreciate it. Alright, so as usual, we'll set up overseeing provinces, training troops, especially because we need those, collecting taxes. Holy hell. Well, possible way I can sort of marry into the... possible way I can sort of marry into the duchy. So I've got a 6-year-old daughter. Let's see if we can do... Oh, wait, wrong one. Cool. That's taken care of. What else do we do? Alright, so I need to decide what I want to get done with my Spy Master, and I think we do the same thing with the Drowned Man, which is to build Zeal with his 0 skill. Training montage before I fight? Yeah, by all means, you can give some backstory. Again, I don't know really anything. I know probably the first 2 seasons of the TV show. But that's fine. I mean, the only thing that doesn't quite work for me is when it's just if I when on a learning geared stream, there's a certain point where I need to just be allowed to make mistakes. So that's kind of the only point. Like, if it becomes Twitch plays Crusader Kings, I don't think that's very fun for anyone. But yeah, other than that, I'm totally fine learning more about the backstory behind this game because, again, like I'm interested in it. I just don't quite know. I don't really know how I don't really know what I'm doing. No, that's totally fine. Learnath, like, it's I don't mean to belabor the point. I'm just trying to clarify my position on that. So it's like I don't like, if I had a bigger problem, obviously I would have said it. I just want to try and clarify why. Obviously, I like advice, but why I sometimes need to give a little bit of pushback on some of that stuff, because the last thing I want to do is like just say it's like, okay, give me exactly 15 lines or like, and then get out of the channel. Like, I'm happy to have you here, but I also kind of need to try and keep a handle on things. So Fairwind has 2 main lines of rulers. Farwind, sorry. While you're writing this, by the way, I'm still going to try and figure out what I'm doing with my with this biomat. I don't understand why I find this so difficult. I'm really curious why he has so many troops. Oh, because it's got like 1,000,001 castles. Alright. Oh, Jesus Christ. I should have played as this guy. He's a badass. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he can just kick his neighbors' asses and then take that spot. I'm not going to redo it because, again, I think it's kind of fun to try and work your way through a tough play. But hey, Captain Bear 2, how are you doing? Yeah, Leah 2, I know. What I really should do is I should make it a microtransaction stream, so I'll do every single action based on like a $5 donation or something like that. Alright. Well, you know what, I think there's something to be said for picking on the people who I'm going to be fighting with anyway. So let's do a plot to kidnap that. And we'll set up a spy network. Again, I never actually expect this stuff to work, but on the chance that it does, it's a nice little opportunity. Lonely Light is the westernmost land in the land. So, that. Hey, my kinsman. $5 per backseat, 5 words or less. Yeah, $1 per word of the backseat. Oh my god, that would be such an amazing stream. Nobody would watch me. Alright.
Greed, for lack of a better word, is good.
Dance puppet, dance and stuff.
Thank you very much, Endors. Although I think Akadak is actually in chat. $5 to be named after a child? Or have a child named after the streamer, I think you mean. Actually, I need to remember to do that, because I know everybody likes that when I do that in CK2. I always try to go for the historical names, but I gotta pander to the audience. This is an appreciation stream, after all. $50 to rename the empire after yourself. Jesus Christ. You guys are gonna make me a millionaire. Thank you so much. Alright. no point in doing the household guard yet. We're still making the same money. And as we learn, bodyguards apparently don't count for much. So let's see. Is Ruthless a dual skill multiplier? Probably not. I feel like this guy should have good dual skill, but these are all martial traits. Well, he's a giant. That's kind of a bonus. But apparently I've got a bunch of Ironborn who don't know how to fight. Hey, you! Big guy. You're my new bodyguard. Enders, thank you very much for that. I will gladly stand up and dance a jig. I just don't think it'll be fun for anybody to hear that by audio. Can I see? I can see that, Captain Bear. All right, I think I'm ready to. Oh no, hang on. I gotta learn my son. All right, well that's a really promising martial trait. Be proud, son. Daughter, I think I'm probably just gonna wind up marrying you off. So etiquette sounds like a good thing for a wife to have. And oh, he's rowdy. Okay, we can probably take some advantage of. Yeah, it's the younger one. We'll just leave you on your own. $50 to reset the run, $100 to reset the run, and choose the faction of the next run. I like the way you guys are thinking. I don't think there's anything I can do about this guy's marriage except marry him to somebody I don't want to, so we will unpause. Average military ruler. Alright. Well, we're still gonna do what we always do. To the eloquent Lord Tristan, may you live in harmony and contentment. I have decided to accept the suggestion of betrothal between Myrna and Graydon. Alright, and fortunately, we actually have some decent bloody commanders at our, on our side. So, to the Rye, Lord Tristan, your wisdom and mercy are legendary. Please support me by voting with me in council. If you agree to do this for me, I will henceforth owe you a favor. What do you want me to vote for? I'm not giving you a blank check. Alright, let's go steal some shit. Do I know the kids' focuses very well? Not enough to like do a guide on them. But I get the basic idea that you train, like, so they're a little bit like the adult focuses, but they will get sort of certain traits, and then from those traits they will, oh god, I can't, I don't think I can turn them into looters now. They have to set out as looters, don't they? History is a subject that has always fascinated you. You have spent the last few weeks studying the campaigns of Iron King Kored Hor. There are many lessons to be learned from how he led the Ironborn to the peak of our expansion, ruling territory along the Sunset Sea from the Arbor to Bear Island. Yeah, so I gotta... Everybody back on the boats! But yeah, so anyways, you gain individual traits on the basis of your junior, like your lower level foci. And then eventually that will sort of turn into what used to be just kind of what you automatically got assigned when you grew up. I think like you used to get like steward traits if you were if the person who trained you had a very high stewardship. Yeah, I've never actually been bothered being under someone because the first playthrough that I did of Crusader Kings 2, like on stream, It was actually one where we did like an old god start, and we just allowed ourselves to be overtaken by the Vikings. We waited for an opportunity to kind of expand out and do our own thing, and it actually wound up working really well for us. So, again, I like being in small realms just because they let you focus your attention and maybe find out how individual things work. Dear Lord Tristan of Sealskin Point, I hereby invite you to a grand feast in Hammerhorn. Your presence to the feast would be greatly appreciated, and I look forward to your attendance. Lord Reaver Gorold. This is my, the Duke or whatever his form, Lord Reaver. This is the guy who I am a vassal for, so I will travel to the feast. But yeah, so some of the fun has been just trying to find out some ways that I can slowly work my way through a built-in system. All right. So the incompetence of the everybody wants these favors. I actually want to see whether or not their opinion of me falls because I decline their favor. Who the hell was that? Nope, looks like we're okay. The first pick affects what you should pick second. Yes, because what will happen is, so if your character gets willful, there are going to be certain things. Like, so for instance, a willful individual may not necessarily be good at, I think it's diplomacy. Oh, I forgot to found the faction. It didn't really seem to do that much, but... I think Great Wick is the... yeah, is the duchy. Lord Reaver Gorold greeted us warmly to his feast. Wine was served and the most delicious aromas came from the kitchen. Thank you for having us. Interesting events for certain houses. That's cool to know. I mean, I'll be honest with you, the character that I like the most, having seen the TV show, is Stannis Baratheon. But that was also the first one that I tried to, like, play as, and... that was quite the educational experience, let's say. Alright, so no point in sieging that thing down. We've already taken all the money that we can get. And we'll just keep loading up the ships as much as we can. This is actually kind of a neat style of play. So I've never played as Vikings in the original Crusader Kings 2 game. But it's kind of neat to just run around and take as much money as you can to... Sewage 2 kills, unfortunately it is not, but I'll give you a link. So if you click on that link, there is actually... it's a lot easier to install it now. So it used to be that you had to like extract a mod file and things like that. But if you go there now, it's like the second topic on the forums that's just like the general release. It's version 1.2, so if you have like the updated Crusader Kings 2, if you haven't like gone back to some old version or something like that, you just run that installer. It'll all be set up for you. Just make sure it's clicked on under your mod section and you'll be good to go. You can probably see from what you're watching right now that this is not the most intuitive mod to get into, but hopefully you and I can you and I can learn a couple things together. You're so confused. What's going on? Who are we? Where are we? Not a problem at all to Sewage 2 kills. I hope you enjoy it. I have to assume you're a Crusader Kings 2 player. I think if you have a good hand on Crusader Kings 2 and you were able to learn it on your own, the only thing that I would say based on my own experience is pay attention to the tooltips. And don't be afraid of failure. I mean, I can't imagine anybody can get through Crusader Kings 2 without, well, being somebody who has to win all the time. How's it going, Kite? Sorry, can't stay too super tired. Wanted to stop and say... hi. Not a problem at all. Let me give you a quick shout out anyway. So guys, Kite is a caster as well, probably much more co-op oriented. Even if he's not doing like a co-op stream, definitely plays a lot of games which have a very heavy multiplayer component. Really nice, very supportive guy. One of the friendliest people that I've met on Twitch, and is a really outstanding streamer in his own right. So It's all good, Liraneth. I was gonna say, usually whenever I'm typing on my laptop, I can barely handle English. So, all right, Lord Reavergold's feast is over, and it's the time. Oh yes, and Captain Bear too. I will. I'll do my best to try and articulate what's going on. It's actually maybe not a bad time to maybe introduce Crusader Kings 2 for the few who haven't. Seen maybe haven't seen me play this game before. You beat CK2 in 30 minutes with no hacks on your first playthrough. I mean, maybe the only way to win is not to play. Just hit the retire button. All right, Lord Reavergold's feast is over. Time to begin the long way home. After the food, the entertainment, and the warmth, the real world suddenly feels cold and hostile. Will there be a feast next year? And I gain 5 prestige for showing up and making a face. So, for those of you who maybe again, I'm just keeping it on some of the slower rounds, so I don't get surprised by events or something like that. So we are playing a modification. You could almost call it like a total conversion mod, if I want to use a title that'll date myself. Basically, it's this is based off of a game called Crusader Kings. Well, it's based off of a book series called A Song of Ice and Fire, but I don't think I need to explain what Game of Thrones is to people. In fact, if anything, you guys need to explain what it is to me. Ooh, there's something really beautiful about stealing from the Lannisters. I don't know if I'm that suicidal yet. Message about a council appointment. Interesting. To the most excellent Lord Tristram, blessings upon you and your house. We've decided to offer you a position of commander. Do you accept? Why not? I feel like throwing my life into more positions where it will be in danger is a very good way to play this game. Now I'm hoping they're on their way to... Oh, looks like they've actually got... Okay, that's me, and they're going after Eris. So I just want to see what direction these guys are heading. I'm not at war, but because these are raiders, these units should show up as hostile. So for instance, if I click on Tywin's units, he'll be hostile towards me because I'm a raider. And I don't believe you actually need to be on their territory in order for that modifier to come up. I believe you just need to be a raider. House Greyjoy is attacking the Lannisters. Oh, you mean like these guys? It looks like the Lord Paramount has decided to go raiding. We just really like that sweet, sweet Lannister cash. I mean, how much do they have? Yeah, 102.8. Alright, so look, this is actually kind of smart. I wonder if this is a conscious decision on the part of the AI to stop me from moving forward. So, like, I could try and attack them, but this will be a pretty... Yeah, that is definitely... Ah, here we go. Back on the boats, boys! They will arrive May 8th. Yeah, but I was just going to say, Leo, too, like, there's a couple of cases where you can go, you know, like, this is a big mountain range here, right? So it can say if you've got an enemy in this area, try and choke off the top. The Westerlands have great gold income due to their unique buildings. Okay, that's good to know. Whilst they've been embroiled in conflict, we have been reaving the lands loyal to a great ruler. They will surely be displeased with this flagrant breach of laws in the land. We're Ironborn. We follow our own way. How is he doing in the war, by the way? 29% for Robert, so I don't need to worry too much about pissing off Eris. Although I do need to worry about Frey deciding maybe being robbed is not his idea of a good time. All right, what was I trying to say? I think I'll slightly position myself in a better spot. Defenders of Eagle's Eyrie have executed captives on the wall, angering the besiegers and strengthening their resolve. Oops. As you make your way home late night, escorted by your bodyguard, you run into several drunken peasants having a fist fight in the middle of the street. Your guards attempt to steer you away, but you have an idea. Would this not be a perfect sparring opportunity in which to improve your martial ability? Put 'em up! After ordering your guards back, you join the wild melee. As the ruffians become aware of your presence, they gang up on you, but you are still able to hold your own. You dodge their blows and land several of your own. Soon the peasants are lying unconscious at your feet in the mud. Thank you for this dance, gentlemen, but I must be off. Sewage 2 Kills. I've actually streamed Hearts of Iron 4 before, but I'm definitely looking to do it again. Thanks. That's a solid 50%. Solid 50% chance of me winning on that. But yeah, so what I'm doing right now, Sewage 2 Kills, is this is a celebration stream for the 1,000 followers. In fact, by the way, with a couple of follows that we've got now, we're back to 1,091. So thank you very much, guys. We might be celebrating 1.1k by the end of the celebrations. So the goal of this week has been to return to a bunch of classics. So I used to be a really big CK2 well, not a big cast, but like I used to focus quite a bit. Oh, thank you very much, Leonath. It's been a pleasure having you in here, so I'm really happy that that you hit that follow button. But basically, this was to try and come back to some of the things that maybe the longer-standing viewers would remember. So it's not just going to be Crusader Kings 2 this week. There's actually going to be a few different things that I do, as well as a couple of surprises. I think for the end of this, I've got something that some long-term viewers will be very happy to see come back. Peter Dinklage. I think Tyrion is in here. Let's see if we can find him. I believe he's going to be based off of the book, though. So, Lord Tyrion the Imp. Oh, isn't he cute? So he's a dwarf, genius, ugly, curious, timid, and a poor fighter. So yeah, I mean, Peter Dinklage is certainly not an ugly man. But my understanding, like, whenever I've seen an image of Tyrion based on the books, he has been portrayed as quite misshapen. But yeah, so Sewage 2 Kills. The easiest I can say, I probably after next week I might consider doing Hearts of Iron 4 again. We are going to wind up doing a little Europa Universalis soon as well. So basically all of these grand strategy titles. But right now this is kind of a special case of me doing kind of my first run of Game of Thrones and kind of recapturing what I loved about streaming Crusader Kings in the first place, which was the process of learning about it. I have seen his Space Pants. Not leave. No. I just was answering a question. So, all right. After, right. So, slightly improving my personal combat ability. Lord Tristram's Sealskin Point fulfilled the ambition to improve combat ability. Can I do it again? Regent, exalted among men, fall in love, have many children. Friend to the liege might be nice. Building a war chest might be kind of nice, but apparently money is hard to get a hold of. How old's my wife? 28? I think if I'm gonna try and have lots of babies, now's the time, so... Asha, assume the position. Yes, I do, Soterin. So, I mean, I'll admit, it's really ramshackle. It's, so it's basically, oh god, I mean, I take the videos and I put them online. So it's basically the broadcast just, you know, splattered out on the like on the channel. Personally, so I mean, I'm sorry, I'm gonna get a little off topic on wait, are they? Yeah, they're still heading this way. Sorry, to Cape of Great the Eagles. So I'm gonna get a little off topic of Crusader Kings 2 for a little bit, but the one thing one thing I was going to say about streaming and sort of my experience of it in the YouTube channel is just I like the interactivity of the live broadcast, so it's really nice to be able to you know, to have a back and forth with you, to find out what these games mean, and you know, sometimes talking about the econ stuff wasn't necessarily because I had a goal of talking about, you know, research or something along these lines, but it was just, you know, a nice little opportunity to do that kind of work. So the thing that I think is lost with YouTube is that it works better when you sort of cut it up in fragments. This is actually what I was talking about with Alex the Rambler's material. I don't quite have the time to be able to cut things up and do them in proper segments. But yeah, with that in mind, I mean, it's a really long-winded way of saying that, yeah, I definitely upload my stuff, if not the day of, then within a week of broadcasting. And then if somebody wants to go back and see some of the, you know, some of the material, they can definitely check it out. So Tyrion's still able to change due to his age. You mean like I thought ugly was something that you kept from birth. So perhaps he'll be a great fighter despite the... Oh, that's right. So I'm not actually that scared of 1,500 troops. If they get more and they start making their move, then I'll jump back on the ships. But for now, I'm just going to take as much as I can from these stern Stark people. I'm not entirely sure that this trip is paid for itself. Oh, that's... Sorry, Sewage 2 kills. It's a little hard to get... Wait, my wife Asha tells me she's pregnant, but that can't be right, can it? Well, I am making the effort. Yeah, so that was the House of Rose playthrough. I'm sorry, Sewage 2 kills. I try my best to remember... remember people who follow and watch. But the filing cabinet's getting a little full, so... Alright, they're going to take forever to get there. Do I just want to... So, I mean, that's probably going to provoke the fight. Let's not do that. After many months of studying the campaigns of Corrid... Man, this guy was apparently the only subject of history in the Iron Islands. You have acquired many fascinating insights and gained new wisdom in military matters. You realize that the art of war might well be worth studying. I shall be a master of strategy. Alright, so I'm just going to take a quick break from raiding. Oh, I've thought it over. I cannot be the father of my wife Asha's baby. As it grows in her belly, I have trouble sleeping. I must put this matter to rest. Oh, this is such a waste of money. Go for it. Alright. During a particularly heated argument in the council, Torwald stepped in as you were about to make a fool out of yourself. He was able to argue for your point, not only saving your face, but also winning the argument for you. It's obvious that Torwald's smooth talking was the sole reason for your success, and denying the fact would likely paint you in a bad light. Thank you, I truly owe you in return. I gain 150 prestige, and I owe him a favor? Oh, hell no. Yeah, I'm definitely going for... Jesus, you're savage, Captain Bear. Wouldn't be surprised I put a lot of money into researching that, judging by the TV show. Take it apart from the Iron Islands. I'm doing some raising on the Starks, whom you're marrying into is like... am I marrying into the Starks? I didn't think I was. Alright, fleet bearing some loot returned from raiding. Lord Tristram Sealskin Point gains 27.39 gold and 13.69 prestige. That's, jump back on the boats and do it again. So is Tywin... Yeah, he just doesn't like my boss. How you doing, Vikings World? Meldred Merlin will soon be leaving the castle to go on a trip to the countryside with only a small guard. My co-conspirators have prepared an ambush and are only waiting for my signal to attack the carriage and abduct him. Send the signal. We ambushed Merlin's carriage on a lonely stretch of road in the countryside. The guard scattered before us, and one of my men blindfolded and bound Meldred. He is now safely locked away in my dungeon to do with as I please. So this could be a quick little bit of cash. Lord Tristan of Sealskin Point succeeded in the plot to kidnap Meldred Merlin. So how much is your only son worth to you? Oh, I don't want... No, not gift. Screw that. 26 gold? What a cheap ass. The maid I hired to gain my wife Asha's confidence has not found anything at all suspicious about her pregnancy. That's a relief. Alright, let me just catch up with chat for a quick second. So, so I take it you're a part of the Iron Islands and doing some raiding on the Starks, whom I'm... yeah, so I'm not marrying into the Starks. This guy has got a Valyrian sword, which I kind of want. I'm probably going to have more luck taking it from his son, who's not as much of a badass as his dad. I am alarmingly close to a Lannister army. And what was the other one? And you just finished, and Vikings World just finished listening to a new Blink. I didn't even know Blink 182 was still together. And sometimes brutality is the only way to gain respect in the Iron Throne. I'm definitely not going to be getting the Iron Throne. And so far as I can tell, I was not cuckolded. I have no idea how to make a Kingsmoot happen. Do I just try kidnapping him now? Oh, don't kill him. Oh, can I not kidnap him? That's a shame. I can kidnap his wife. Alright, we'll just keep taking some of that dirty Lannister money until they come and chase us off. He might be worth more if left in the prison for a few decades. Oh, that's the plan! I'll just put him in with Ramsay Bolton and see how much he's willing to pay. New Blink is #1. Pokemon is popular again. Is it the 90s again? Excuse me, isn't that where fashion is going? One thing I'm trying to do with streaming as well, and this is actually particular for returning to conventional CK2 streams, would be... Oh, my beloved brother Euron is concerned that he is still not married. I didn't even know he grew up. Let's find him somebody nice. I probably could have made use of that marriage somewhere else, but to make a Kingsmoot happen is to make the Lord Reaper die with no heir. Sorry, Lord Reaver. Okay, that seems fairly straightforward. All right. So, CPO Williams, you were asking about childhood... Ah, okay, this is great. So, CPO Williams, if you're still here, this is actually a perfect opportunity to see... this is a perfect opportunity to see how childhood focuses work. Oh, so the Lord... Okay, I think I know what you're saying. What level of education... Oh, that's right, you have to pay for education. This is my... I'd love exceptional education, but I really can't afford it. God, what is this? This is America! More of the bear and the maiden fair. I think I'll pay the 20. And, okay, so Sepia Williams, if you're still here. So the idea about childhood focus, and actually just for the benefit, because this is something that's fairly recent in the game. I think it was 2 DLC patches ago. So what you will do, first of all, at age 5, you're going to pick a focus, and it's going to be very similar to kind of these the focuses that your that your adults can handle. And then the second phase comes along. So in the case of, I don't actually think that's right. Let's try this again. Yeah. So once you hit 12, then you're going to choose an education focus. So there's the childhood focus, which is kind of like how you spend your time on your own. And now there's going to be a very specific study towards something. So in this case, I'm going to try and gear my my group a little bit more towards military. Now, one of the things that happens is that your childhood focus is going to wind up giving you some some traits. So in this case, he became affectionate and brooding. So Gels focuses his studies on the ways of military strategy in war. Rowdy and willful children tend to do better with this education, while timid children or idolizers will be hampered. And this gives a martial +1. Now, this makes me think that maybe I should be trying a different tactic here, because I haven't paid for very good education. And so maybe I want to double down on something that my kid's going to be good at. So in this case, we've got affectionate and curious. So in this case, they could be good at diplomacy. And a stewardship would be good because of their brooding trait. I'm actually thinking, especially because we're strapped for money and he's shown an aptitude for stewardship, maybe we will retool this kid towards stewardship. Again, their martial's fairly okay, so hopefully it balances out, but in this case I want to try and push them towards some traits that'll pay off. Now, as far as this other son is concerned, let's get him to struggle again. Alright. Again, keeping an eye on the Lannisters here, just because they're probably going to come and kick my ass once they see I'm stealing from them. The guards drag Meldred Merlin up from his cell and throw him at your feet. I've come for justice, he says. By right of birth and blood, I demand trial by combat. Lord Walden Merlin may be my champion. So he's a trained fighter. He's 6. I'm 6. Oh, God. Let's make this... Okay, so this is the thing I like about this. I might wind up screwing up big time on this. We're perfectly matched. But yes, I will handle this myself. 50 prestige. Let's do this. The trial by combat between Meldred Merlin and Lord Tristan is ready to begin. I must prevail against Lord Walden. Let the duel begin. The court looks on tensely as you and Lord Walden face each other in trial. You scan him for any signs of weakness, any opening in his defense that you could possibly exploit. So... best defense is a good offense. My faith in the drowned god gives me strength. Uh-oh, as you and Lord Walden engage, you slip up and leave an opening in your defense. Lord Walden strikes to try and take advantage. Defend yourself. You try and hold Lord Walden back, but his onslaught is unstoppable. You only slip once, but once is all he needs. Ragnar is no longer drowned man for Lord Kenned. I have no luck in this mod, guys. Say make the kid fight for his life, and depending on who he kills last, if he does live, is what his studies. How did I get this wife? Alright, well, let's remake my council. Oh yeah, I learned from last... Oh wait, but this drowned man sucks, so let's, Oh, can't afford any new ones, so... Oh, I don't reload saves, Captain Baird. Alright. See, the big problem with that one was oh, he's still in my cells. Cool. Maybe I'll just execute him as a as a lesson. Alright, let's arrange a marriage for this. I don't think any of these are gonna... Oh, nope, that works. Okay. Maybe here we're gonna do business so we can build a little bit of a war chest. Yeah, my council the only reason my council hates me is because of the change in rulership. How is my new character related to my last one? That's a really good question. Of course, I've lost all of these. God, how do I even... Oh, okay, so... He is his... uncle, I guess? I don't know what you mean. Oh, for the lordship? Anyways, I'm positioned where I need to be, so we can keep chatting about it. But have a new heir. If your character dies, you'll now play as Wallen Fairwind. Just a small private funeral. I don't want something expensive. I'm happy to take a seat on the council. The main sealskin line ended, and it switched to the lesser but more populated line of sealskin. Okay. That's the first plot that we found. Okay, so... Lady Asha of Lonely Light wants to kill me, I think that is. Yep, that's me. Please don't kill me. Nope, nope, they really want to kill me. Can't I tell them to stop? Okay, I may need to Oh, my liege, my network of spies here in Pebbleton have found out that a local noble is homosexual. What should I do with this information? Blackmail him, of course. May live in harmony and content me. I accept your suggestion that Gwyneth and Walden get married. I should be able to discourage this guy from... Whilst they've been embroiled in conflict, we have been reaving to lands loyal to the great ruler. This will surely be displeased with the... I would have thought Aegon would be dead by now, but... this is actually probably going to be a bad use of these raiders. It looks like this territory isn't really fully recovered from my last raids, but... Hey, strapping old land. He's not backing the plot yet, just invited. Okay. And let's quickly deal with that deficit. I guess I can always try and ransom. Yeah, I mean, the auto stop is probably enough. Oh, I forgot to invite. If it gets... I'll definitely keep an eye on that because I don't want it to be... I don't want it to get out of hand, but until... Right now, they're going to need to wait a very long time for that to be pulled off, and as long as they don't get support, I can sort of take advantage of my Spy Master being used elsewhere. But eventually I'm going to need to go to Scheme and put a stop to that. But yeah, that was a good call. Strapping Old Lad and Original Soulborn. By the way, I will say one thing, even though, you know, I'm kind of sucking at this, one thing that I have kind of liked about doing this CK2 one is to see some familiar faces come back. One of the things that I'll say, maybe, again, while I'm kind of waiting for things, my body may be sapless and infirm, but my mind is as healthy as ever. Who are you? Oh, of course. Alright. Maybe I should send this guy off into combat. One of the things I'll say about the format, and in terms of, you know, just what I'll be streaming, when I'll be streaming it, and things like that. Unless there's a big change... Oh yeah, this war is almost done. Unless there's a big change, I'm actually going to be moving to Ontario. So I'm in BC in Canada right now. So that's obviously going to be a little bit of a disruption in terms of the streaming schedule, but that will be to go and work as an economist in a government department. So the nice thing about that is, I believe I will be working on one of the later shifts to sort of start off. I think that's what they were sort of looking for. Do I really want to fight this? Oh, too late. Don't run, don't run. See it through. So, May 30th. Lord Kenneth, His Grace, has issued a decree declaring that all kinsmen of Aerys Targaryen shall henceforth be considered enemies of the realm. Any person offering assistance to said kinsmen shall suffer the judgment of the crown. This is the decree of Robert, the House of Baratheon, the King of the Iron Throne and Lord of King's Landing, Protector of the Realm. I am probably going to get my ass kicked in a second. I don't understand why my morale is so low. Oh, it's because I retreated. That really sucks. Let's go for ambitious. Uh-oh. Robert's mad at me. Fortunately, I've got a lord to help me out. Turns out they were heading to Rushmore anyway, so I probably would have won. But yeah, so anyways, it's obviously it's going to be a bit of a disruption in terms of the casting for the course of the move. Oh, Arwen will soon be leaving the castle to go on a trip to the countryside with only a small guard. My co-conspirators have prepared an ambush and are only waiting for my signal to attack the carriage and abduct her. Let's do it again. But the nice thing about that is it's going to afford me a little bit more leisure time. We ambushed Arwen's carriage on a lonely stretch of road in the countryside. The guards scattered before us, and one of my men blindfolded and bound Arwen. She is now safely locked away in my dungeon to do with as I please. Lord Kenneth of Sealskin Point has succeeded with a plot to kidnap Lady Arwen. So I've got all these prisoners, but I don't know what to do about it. This is one thing that doesn't quite make sense to me. The Mega Wars ended, but I always thought that this just turned into one giant continent of, or one empire of Westeros. Oh, that's right. Can I turn her into a salt wife? Drown prisoner? Alright, Walder Frey's gonna come and kick my ass again. This is a terrible place to raid. Ah, he's already mad at me. Dorne and the Reach still have to be defeated. Ah, okay. Anyway, sorry, I can't finish a point tonight. So the idea here is that it's going to be disruptive in terms of my ability to do a cast, in terms of like getting everything set up. But once I'm in Ottawa, I'm going to have a stable schedule that I've basically not had since I started school. And so a nice consequence of that is going to be, yeah, these are all terrible spots for raiding. The King on the Iron Throne, in the name of the Father, I, King Robert of House Baratheon, promise, pledge, and guarantee in the sight of the Seven that I will be the protector and defender of the realm in all ways useful to it, however many, insofar as I am supported by divine assistance according to my knowledge and ability. Today King Robert was crowned by His Holiness the High Septon and formally received the title of the King of the Andals, the Ryonar, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, protector of the realm. But yeah, so the good news is that with that in mind, I will be, that's a lot of wars. The good news for that is that with a stable schedule, I don't know if I want to do like what I did previously, which is to say it's like every Friday is going to be Crusader Kings Night. But the plan is to try and be a little more regular in terms of doing content like this. One of the reasons why I've fallen back on doing Crusader Kings style content is because if I only get like one day to cast or something like that, I don't want it always to be grand strategy, because I know there are some people who just do not like watching me do that. So AI has some issues with defending Arbor. Where's Arbor? Due to it being a one-province island. Ah. Alright. So many people want me dead. Thanks, Soulsborne. Home of Arbor Wine and massive excessives of trade. Again, I'm sorry, guys. I am the last person who should be playing this mod, now that I think of it. Just because I don't know anything about the world. Alright, so November 3rd... Oh, they'll be late. But you know what? The Northmen are heading the wrong way. Oh, nope. They're going to defend their ally, so... I think it's time to get back onto the boats. So at this point, I'm not entirely sure the raids are starting to pay are paying for themselves. Maybe we just head back and let history happen to us. You know all this from the mod and friends. Okay, cool. So actually, here's a question. There's quite a few more people watching than I was maybe expecting. How many of you have played this mod? Because I know there were a bunch of people who wanted me to play this just so they could see it. But it almost seems, to a certain extent, that people people are kind of are pretty familiar with this stuff. All right, I've been reading the legends and the claims that death is not something a true believer should be afraid of. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned, lose the trait proud, or I am just a poor sinner. I mean, is it so bad if this guy dies? He needs to get going on a baby, but... I don't think there's a way for me to... I don't think there's a way for me to make a smaller army out of this, though. I think I'll say just a poor sinner. So yeah, I don't have any options on cutting the army up. So Lernoth is somebody who plays the mod. Captain Bear doesn't even have Crusader Kings 2. Oh, shame on you. No, it's a hard one to get into. Strapping old lads played it, but not in a while. Enjoy watching Grand Strategy more than playing it. That's totally fine, internet friend. Hopefully I'm providing you something of value. Yelms, welcome by the way. I don't think I've said hi to you yet. You haven't, but you'd like to. What is the name of this mod, or rather is it on the workshop? Unfortunately, it's not in the workshop. But here are the forums. So the second topic right now is called Game of Thrones version 1.2. If you're on Windows, it will come with an executable. So you just run that. It'll install everything for you. Very easy to set up. And if you are on a Mac, it's slightly more complicated, but not very. You extract the file, and there's going to be a mod folder, and it's all in the README. Like, the README will tell you exactly what directory you want to go into, but you just copy those mod files into the Paradox folder in your documents, and again, it runs straight out of the can. So again, you can't get it on the workshop, but it is very straightforward to install. CPO Williams, obviously, not only is he... actually, by the way, guys, I do need to give credit where credit is due. The reason we are playing with all of the DLC tonight is that CPO Williams has very generously donated, I believe, the last 3 pieces of DLC that I've gotten for this game. I'm very stubborn in buying the Paradox DLCs, and he very selflessly, even though he is somebody who plays and enjoys this game himself, has consistently contributed. He's actually one of the reasons why I always try to do, with each major patch, one big Crusader Kings 2 playthrough, because he's been so generous in terms of donating the DLC. So a very special shout out to him. I didn't even know there were submods for this. Not great at CK2, but you love playing the mods and editing the mod file. Yeah, so I haven't even done any kind of editing like that. Maybe I don't need to do 5. I think I'm just gonna wait a little while. We'll see when everything... So I think Banefort's gonna be our, that's gonna be our canary in the coal mine. We'll wait till all these rich places come back. My prisoner Meldred Marilyn is complaining about his dark cell in the dungeon, asking for more suitable accommodations. Let him rot. Okay, I actually need to figure out what I want to do with these, The kidnapping business is actually pretty decent as far as, So, I mean, the plan is to try and take this territory from him. I can end his line basically by drowning his kid. Oh, damn it, he's got kids. Alright, well. Sorry, kiddo. Good question, let's take a look. Not the same. So wait, was Daenerys not... I don't know... Oh god, this is so confusing. I don't know who, where they're supposed to fall in this. A submod forum in the general boards have said... Okay, I'll definitely check that out, Soulsborne. Also, if you have enough siege, the Arbor is a good target if you have a high chance of getting prisoners when you loot a holding with raiding. Okay. Sorry, slaves! Fuck you! Alright. So the Arbor... So there definitely is a war going on. I think I'm going to wait for a little while just because I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to sustain a fleet out that long. But I like where you're going with that. Oh, check to see if there's pregnancy. She is decidedly unpregnant. Alright, I think I'm just gonna let her rot. Again, I'll just wait for some of my capital to come back, and then we'll try sieging the island. So far as I can tell, Leo 2, we only had drop frames a little earlier in the cast. Sorry to eat while the game's going on, guys. I just want to take this little break to not have my stomach growling. Well, I'm dead. If I die, I will play as Lord Gilbert of Lonely Light. lost my council. Small private funeral as usual, because we're cheap asses.
I would never want to belong to the club.
Devil Knives, thank you very much for that, host. Alright, so this is nice because we've got a claim that we can press. They've got 881 troops, so we can definitely clobber them. Oh my god, and we're a skilled fighter! Unfortunately, I'm also infirm. But you know what? I want these things to happen. Alright. First things first. I'll appoint Justicar, Captain of the Fleet. Treasurer kind of sucks. So does our drowned man. But we'll continue to pick on this poor family in Pebbleton. By the way, can anybody tell me what the maesters are supposed to do? Oh, the Holder of Lonely Ladies. Right. Good point. So I don't actually need to go... I don't need to fight for it, because I'll just inherit it anyway. Damn, I wanted to make something happen. Alright. Well, I'm infirm and useless, so... As a skilled fighter, but I'm craven, rude, infirm. I've absolutely no... the one promising character, and he turns out to be a bit lame. Alright, well, we'll do business just so we can hopefully build... Alright, now, Gwyneth. What did she do? She wanted to kill... Ah, she's one of those people who wanted to kill my daddy. Or whoever I was related to. I don't think I'm too worried about that, actually. Do you have any good combat people yet? We've got someone who's strong. I mean, he's better than nothing. Bunch of 4s, 5.5s. Guess we'll start filling out the ranks. Sure, bodyguards that hate me can't possibly turn against me, right? Sure. So, looks like Rob is the new Lord of the North. Eddard died at age 21 in personal combat. So I'm glad that I'm not the only one suffering this humiliating end. So maesters can boost morale during war or decrease it. Increase or decrease the stats of children and other events. Okay, cool. If I get somebody with decent martial and 3+ combat as my martial, they have a 20% annual chance to increase the children of my court's prowess. Interesting. Lanaya. I'm not sure who you're referring to, but... By the way, Littlefinger, this is your chance! Oh wait, never mind. Roger Ricewell got in there first. Yay, we're only very poor! Author Guy, I don't know any of these people. I'm so sorry. Alright, so I think at this point I'm just kind of hanging out until either this guy dies. I definitely want to cancel this ambition. Okay, I should be thinking... my liege, there's a rumor here in Pebbleton that one of the local nobles might be corrupt. Handled wisely, this information might be used to implicate one of your enemies here. Use as you see fit. My liege, a local noble here in Pebbleton, Lord Walden of Pebbleton, tried to silence me by sending some thugs to kill me. Luckily, I managed to get away. I will go ahead and spread that rumor about corruption and destroy his reputation amongst his vassals. Excellent. He's definitely getting a stronger army than I can handle. I don't think the addition of... Let's see, 800, well, I mean, it'll give us a little bit to work with. I think the way we wind up taking this... So I think what we wind up doing... Hey, my wife's pregnant. So I think what I'm going to do is, I'm going to try for the kidnapping event. Once we actually have the CB, we'll probably just try and kill this guy. Alright. So I've got a rowdy and haughty child. Now, CPO Williams, were you here when I went over the second phase of the Children's Focus, or did you have to step out for a little bit? Because now's a good chance to cover that. You saw it? Okay, yeah. So this is actually... I don't think I could ask for a better setup for this character. Rowdy and Haughty. So Haughty gives the bonus... Yilms, thank you very much for that follow. Did I check out Lanaya, who is... I don't think I did, but I'll go check her out in a second. So Haughty, in and of itself, won't help you with these focuses. If anything, it's going to force you to make certain decisions. So I have Rowdy, which is good for a martial education. You notice that Haughty doesn't appear as any of the green ones, but it is going to affect my stewardship. So in this case, I'm fine with this, because I would actually like some more military based characters anyway. Alright, so I was supposed to look at Eddard Stark's sister. Oh, those are grandparents. I am a moron. Look at that powerful mustache. Alright, what should I be looking for? Lanaya of the North. She's attractive. Train fighter, Roth, kind, proud, brave. Better than most of my bodyguards at combat. That's so weird. Yeah, I'm not... So, I mean, obviously, if there's multiple people experiencing this, maybe I should consider switching servers. The problem with that is I lose all the hosts. But yeah, I haven't dropped frames since basically the first hour of the cast. And even then, that was only 77. RL plus J. Mermello Lysandus, Spymaster of Little... I'm just gonna unpause and wait for chat to tell me why that's causing such a big reaction. Oh, more of that dirty, dirty Lannister money's coming. One of the big problems I'm going to run into is if this CB actually kicks off, I'm not going to be able to pay for it. So let's just ram this by. Checker's son. God! I don't mind doing this, but if you guys could tell me exactly why this is so important, I'd love to be able to share. Aemon Targaryen. Ah, I get what you're saying. Okay, so the Starks wound up giving birth to somebody who has a claim on the throne is the idea? I'll slow it down. Lord Walden of Sealskin's Point has fulfilled the ambition to gain an honorary title. Lord Walden, I've decided to give you the honor of making you my cupbearer. I hereby entrust you with the serving of my drinks at feasts and other occasions. Sorry. Thank you, my lord. So if I have a son, this screws up my ambition to take those islands. Or that island, rather. And they do have sons. But is it reasonable for me to say that at 47... This is tough. So, like, it's really unlikely that this character's going... Well, maybe because they're infirm, they're going to wind up living shorter. I guess I don't need to force the idea of getting a son. I mean, I only get a little prestige from that, right? Can I, like, take the vows or something? No. New important decision, I can extort subjects. Okay, well, that'll at least finance my thieving ship. You mustn't poison him. Are you talking about poisoning me or talking about poisoning the Targaryen boy? Okay, he's fighting something. Ah, thank you, Original Soulsborne, and I also appreciate the fact that you you respected people's. All right, guys. How do I do this? Alright, for those of you who want a, want to name the kid, you have to pick a number between 1 and 200 that is divisible by 10. Put that number in, and your name. It should be the number in the name. Okay, cool. Yeah. If you just give the number, that's fine, but... and obviously I'll take the closest one. The daughter named Bob. Right. I'll give us a little while longer, but if you... I was going to say, if you want to go in and you're having trouble thinking of a name, I would recommend just throwing in a number. Now, nobody's gotten it exactly yet, but I know who's closest. All right, so the number I chose was 60. Of course, like the whole thing, I could have said pick a number between 1 and 20, but that's boring. Which by my count says that CPO Williams is closest with his 30. So we will name it... No, Asha. Now, I used to be really excited by the idea of extort subjects, but it sort of seems like when you do that, you just kind of front load all of your income. I don't think it actually... Why am I not trying to kidnap people? Come on, man. It's valuable plotting time you're wasting. What is my inheritance law? I believe in this case it... Whoa, where did this change? Apparently it is now agnatic seniority. I always thought it was primogeniture. And we somehow got a new heir? Oh, probably because the old guy died, maybe? Maybe not. Alright. I think for security, maybe we just press our claim on this territory. Wait. It says I need a valid CB. Is not my weak claim enough? I don't understand why I can't declare war on this guy. So I must have a valid CB, which I do have, even though it says it I don't. And he must be our liege or a vassal of our liege. Weird. Always seniority in the Isles? Okay. You know, I'll admit, there's... You know, there's never been a point where, like, the... I mean, so it's a computer program, right? It's obviously going to do things correctly. But I've never been able to understand how some of this claim stuff works. Alright. Lord Reaver Gorold the Great Wick used a favor on Lord Dunstan's Bonehand to force them to join all their factions. So I'm gonna guess if I start raiding now, it's probably just gonna wind up. I'm just gonna wind up sharing whatever's left over from them. So I kind of blew it on that, but that's fine because I'll have the guards drag Meldred Merlin up from his cell and throw him at your feet. I've come for justice, he says. By right of birth and blood, I demand trial by combat. Lord Walden Merlin will be my champion. You have that right. I will select someone to stand for his lord. Alright. My drowned man. Yeah, that's not happening. I guess, Goran, you're it. Goran steps forward. I'll stand for you, my lord. Will not be inherited unless passed in war. On succession, weak claims are given to children who are not second or third in line of succession. Weak claims can only be pressed against female rulers if the claimant is male. Regencies, titles already being contested in a claim or succession war, or titles the claimant is second or third in line to inherit. While it explains it, I don't feel like I know any more about the reasons why I'm not able to push it. Fight well, Goran. You watch with glee as Goran drives his sword relentlessly at Meldred Merlin's champion, beating them into submission. The drowned god has cast their judgment, and the prisoner is guilty. Now I shall pass judgment. Lord Meldred Merlin has been found guilty by the drowned god. What punishment shall he receive? Execute him. The drowned god commands it. I shall be merciful. Send him to the wall. Let him rot in his cells. He can stay as my guest. Rot in the cells. I can execute him when I want. Oh, I could exile Arwen. So I have 3 prisoners now? Oh no, Dad died, that's why. Okay, well in this case we can exile her just because I don't need to worry about her giving birth to any more children. We should still be working on kidnapping this guy. And he still has enough troops to kick my ass. I will eventually get Lonely Light. Lonely Light isn't ruled by a female, so that's out. It's not under Regency, so that's out. Strong Claimant isn't invading, so the third option out. And hover over my Alright, so where am I in this succession? Who am I? Walden. I don't think I'm listed anywhere in here. War favors? Alright, I'm impatient. Let's get some money. You're kidding me. My army's so big I can't actually... Oh! Fortunately, I don't think the vassals get mad when I do this. I just wish I had some way of cutting up this this group. So I kind of got to be careful about this just because I think the easy thing to say is that Tywin can come and kick my ass at any point. So let's start on the crag and move out. The one thing I will say for this, I don't know if this is a good Game of Thrones playthrough, but I will definitely say that this is making me want to try a Viking playthrough of vanilla Crusade. Well, not vanilla, but like of unmodded CK2. Right. So she's brooding and indolent. So stewardships... Ooh, none of these are really good. Whilst they have been embroiled in yeah, I don't really care about Robert submitting to me. I think we'll just go for more... Well... Alright, they're coming to kick my ass. So, February 9th. I'm just gonna do my best to make the most out of the raid. You know, we'll moon the Lannisters as we head out. Quick question, how's my relationship with His Highness Robert Baratheon? My guess it's probably going to be -100 now. Oh, that's... wrong bearded guy. Oh, only -67. Alright, now I'm going to be really cheeky. Hey, big man! Try and move 10,000 troops onto this island! Hey! My lord, His Grace King Robert, has taken his last breath. May he repose in peace. Now his heir, Lord Stannis Baratheon, will take the throne and will rule the Seven Kingdoms henceforth. Long live the king. Stannis, you're an okay guy. This has got to be the corniest strategy for getting the mad dollars. Let me find out where this is, though. Sphere Isle. Yeah. So as long as they're not actually trying to lock me into combat, I'll be happy. So yeah, no chance to have Joffrey in place either. Welcome back, Oswald the Lucky. Thanks for stopping by. Again, rather. I'll read that in a second, Soulsborne. I want to make sure, Oh, looks like they're coming to murder me now, so... To the ships! Gwyneth is pregnant? Jesse Quill, I thought you went to bed. Oh god, this is great. there are other raiders who are going to get their asses kicked when Tywin comes to defend his lands. The pillaging goes well, Oswald the Lucky. I don't know how exciting this is for people to watch. I'm becoming very interested in doing a Viking playthrough of unmodded Crusader Kings 2. Whoever Robert married must be pregnant. Let's take a look. So Robert would be brother. So Myra Sand. So either he didn't marry, or like this has to be a. Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. So I'm assuming this is just some random event that triggered that. All right. Reduce the levy size of my holding by 20%, you believe, as long as the company stays... Okay, sorry. Since you have limited ships, you may consider sending a courtier with military education away to make a mercenary company. I had no idea that was an option. Costs 50 gold, which I don't have at the moment. But whenever hired, you get part of the income, potentially 20%. You also get access to a small, cheap hiring, and also get a smaller main castle army. Both of those are tempting, but I have the ambition right now of trying to claim this place, and I don't have the troops for it yet, so I'm not sure I want to permanently reduce my forces like that. Oh, I'm glad to hear I'm a natural raider. Yeah, this is going to be awesome to watch my my countrymen get their asses kicked when Tywin comes to defend his territory. The king on the Iron Throne, in the name of the Father, I, King Stannis of House Baratheon, promise, pledge, and guarantee in the sight of the Seven that I will be the protector and defender of the realm in all ways useful to it, however many, insofar as I am supported by divine assistance according to my knowledge and ability. Today, King Stannis was crowned by His Holiness High Septim and formally received the title of King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, Protector of the Realm. I always thought CK2 Plus stopped development because the author was hired by Paradox. Uh-oh. You know what? Screw him. I've got a... let's get a better commander. Lucas! Do your ruler proud. Melee mage heard Jesse, ran in, and uh-oh. Okay, let's reconsider this. I'm pretty sure we can't kill those guys. Alright. My lord, it has come to my attention that nobody has been designated as regent for Sealskin Point, and should the realm need it. Needless to say, this is a perilous position, as surely a squabble and rivalry will emerge without clear leadership. I humbly petition you, name me as designated regent to avoid this sort of trouble. Signed, Corin of the House. Nobody. Yeah, sorry, who are you? This is, okay, so what this is like me going, going to Ottawa on my first day and like sneaking into the Parliament building and sliding like a note under Prime Minister Trudeau's door, and it's like, you really should get a deputy PM, and I humbly submit myself as that candidate. CK2 Plus has stopped development like 3 times. Somebody always picks it up. Haven't checked shortly after Conclave, you admit, though. So I'm curious what... I haven't looked too much at mods just because I've gotten so much out of playing the base game. And I know that's completely against the kind of the intention of the series. But I am actually a little curious. Like, what is it that made CK2 Plus such a memorable mod? No, Joffrey, you already like this parallel universe? Last update was June 9th. Okay, so it should be compatible with Conclave. Cersei might be pregnant? Let's take a look. Yeah, I was gonna say, as long as Jaime's alive. Or actually, I guess I don't need to do that. So Cersei married some dude named Lord Garyon. Currently not pregnant. Jaime is also not pregnant. That's probably less surprising. I do not seem to be raiding this. This makes me sad. Alright, question for you, because clearly I don't know how raiding works. Anybody want to guess why I'm not able to raid these lands? So CPO just started a knee campaign as a count. You're now the Duke of Normandy. Married her uncle. How does that succession work if the king's wife gets pregnant with a trueborn heir, but the king dies before his birth? Next in line will become king. It's basically vanilla but enhanced, has extra traits, new systems like Imperial, Decadence, and Empires, a few other nice flavor traits and events for other empires, new decisions, more holy orders, balanced expansion from holy wars, and other things to reign in blobbing. I'll admit, actually, I have not done a military heavy campaign since Conclave came out, and I know they added a lot of Europa Universalis style mechanics into it. So like you can't just steamroll over everything when if you basically, like, in the old game it used to be like if you won one fight, then you would just kind of continue to follow them and eliminate, like, just wipe them out. So I think it's better for the game that they got rid of that, but it definitely makes it harder for me to, you know, to get those swift victories I was used to. You know, now that I think of it, I really should just do a straight up, like, plain CK2 campaign soon. Oh, I didn't know that it was Iron Man and EU4 converter compatible. But I am set to raid. I don't know what you mean by NAP, but oh, non-aggression pack. No. Also to play politics to do it. Alright, whatever, let's go to the Cape of Eagles. I need money! Okay, so it seems like it's just not counting me as raiders anymore. Fair enough, I'll just go back home and build it up again. Hopefully we'll see some Targaryen invasions in the future. I mean, if it gets too dull, I can always, like, start over and, like, play as one of the bigger houses. Like, I sort of feel... Well, I could play as a bigger house, or I could play as, like, old... Yeah, this guy is surprisingly long-lived. Like, I'm pretty sure as this guy, I could definitely have a little more active, you know, I'm going to unite the Iron Islands around myself. kind of campaign. All right. So we're back to being raiders. Hop aboard, friends. Definitely didn't have max gold, so you can see that right here, strapping old lad. We can carry up to 140. We were only at about 30. It's not the end of the world for me. It's just like I want to know. So like in the case of the succession thing, right? It was really convoluted, but I could kind of understand, okay, there's a very clear set of criteria. Well, okay, not clear, but there is a set of criteria under which this event is not being allowed to happen. Whereas this is so weird. So maybe it's the fact there isn't a war going on anymore? Oh wow, look at that. This is definitely... So apparently all of these areas achieved independence? Interesting. Tully and Ironborn. Where the hell is there? Riverman. King level. I'm actually just kind of taking a chance to look at all of this now. Yeah, so I would have guessed that, save for the fact that it seems almost impossible that this faith actually gets spread. Isn't it though, Jessica? I mean, again, not familiar that much with the books, but it certainly seems accurate to what I know of it, at least. The Iron Throne is reforming now. Oh, it takes him. Okay, I get you now. Big fish shield in the set. So I'm sorry. What am I supposed to be looking for here, though? Like, again, I'm at a point here where everybody's asking me to look at different things, but I don't quite see how it's. First of all, Big Fish Shield actually isn't helping me. But I'm not, like, why exactly would that have any effect on, like, for these guys, they've got the Faith of the Seven, they're still Rivermen, they're, to me, seem to be a perfectly legitimate target. And their only alliance, like at the king level, their only alliances are with the Northerners and with the Vale. Anyways, I'm going to try one more thing. So everything's cleared out. We'll raise the levy again. As soon as the Iron Throne reforms, you can't raid it. Right, I'm just gonna start poking at different places and see where I can raid. Okay, so I can raid the north. Yeah, it's all good, Jesse Quill. I mean, I think I was actually kind of expecting you to be asleep. So I think I'll just write it, do the best that I can. Oh god, there's a side of me that just wants to roll over them in the Flint Cliffs, but I have a feeling if there's one group of them like this, there's probably going to be more. Alright guys, same rule. This time it's just going to be a number between 1 and 21. Well, specifically between 0 and 22 if you want to be non-exclusive. Anyways, pick numbers between 1 and 21 inclusively. You can give the name of the son, or if you just throw in the number, you can name them afterwards. But go, and I will say stop if somebody gets it, and then move on if not. First come, first serve. So Melee Mage and Liranath. Well, Liranath already gets it, but there we go. Are you changing your number, Jesse, or are you... I mean, yeah, I just want one number from everybody. You can't, like... I'm gonna go with everybody's first number unless they tell me otherwise. So, alright. Alright. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done. Alright, the number was 15. So I think that makes it Jesse Quills. Yes. Congratulations, Jesse Quill. Despite the fact that I should throw you under the bus for screwing up the the guessing. Now, what do you wanna name the Milord? I should be a lot nicer, actually. Jess is out east. It's very late for her, and I know you didn't get a lot of sleep, so. Helmet it is. Alright, I'm pretty sure they could kick my ass. So similar deal, we'll wait till, we'll wait to get a clearer picture about what's going on here. We'll still be making money off of this. Actually, we're just about to stop. I think we need to head onto our boats and head out again. Alright. Actually, Walder is really weak. I may just go in and take some land from him. Walder Frey would like to see his house on the Iron Throne, eh? Well, good luck with that. Okay, so for whatever reason I can't raid that. And I unfortunately do not have a valid CB, which is a shame, because that's a really, really tempting target. I'm still so very confused. So this is the funny thing, is that he's hostile to me because he is being raided, and yet he is presumably immune to my raids. This is unfair. I should be able to steal things from them. See what Old Stones has to offer. Manfred Merlin will soon be leaving the castle to go on a trip to the countryside with only a small guard. My co-conspirators have prepared an ambush and are only waiting for my signal to attack the carriage and abduct him. Send the signal. We ambushed Manfred Merlin's carriage on a lonely stretch of road in the countryside. The guards put up a fierce resistance and several of my men were captured before we could escape. Manfred must know I sent them. Dishonorable. People don't like me because I tried to kidnap a kid. Maybe. So looks like this is raided out. Oh, there's nothing to steal. Alright. Was what hostile towards my prior ruler? This area? I really don't know, actually. But I'll just kind of keep raiding. I was able to raid the Lannisters' holdings, so I'll just do that. Okay. So somebody's trying to kill me. I don't know how I want to react to that yet. Yeah, that's the only it wasn't the actual kidnapping of the child, it was the failed kidnapping of the child. That was a problem. My heir? I've got another incompetent. I'm pretty sure they're gonna come and beat the crap out of me in a minute, but We'll get as much loot as we can. Have I considered betrothing my son to another duchy, forming an alliance, and then taking... let me just take a look here. So you mean kind of forming an alliance with this, and then taking this? This Lord Reaver is too strong, unfortunately. I mean, it's worth considering. I'm only a count, so... Oh, the heir is the one planning to kill me. I mean, I'm not too sad about that. This ruler isn't perfect, but... I don't know how that actually works, CPO Williams. That would be awesome if it did. You can make alliances with betrothals. Okay. That was dramatic. I think that's the unification of the... Yep. Which I guess means I can't raid stuff anymore. My lord, His Grace King Stannis has seemed fit to name Peter Roxton Lord Paramount of the Reach. He and his sons and grandsons shall enjoy this honor until the end of time, and all lords of the Reach shall pay him homage as their rightful liege. How interesting. Quick, before they kick our ass! But yeah, so I don't actually know what happens if I declare war on somebody who's already in my prison. I know... I know I don't have the CB on his realm anyway, but... Yeah, Lyra, it's probably the reason why I hate... I personally hate seniority succession. I just kind of have to live with it, but... Okay, so now that... now that the kingdom is united, I need to figure out more... See, this is a really hard thing. I don't know if going up to Beyond the Wall is really worth a trip, but then I don't know if going to any of these other places is really worth it as far as the money I make raiding. Maybe we just sit on our hands for a little while and hope that we get our CB. Oh, looks like there's peasant revolts. Greetings, Lord Wayland. I have a proposition which I'm sure won't fail to catch your keen attention. Simply put, a new title for you and money for us. We need the money owed from your enemies. I'm sure you can pay. Isn't it a fair deal? Ho ho ho! So the Iron Bank of Bravos is willing to give me 25 gold. Take on the debt of my Great Reaver. And give me some... Yeah, we gotta do this. Lord Walden's Sealskin Point is declared. Lord Walden's Sealskin Point's war. 4 Great Wick on Lord Reaver Gold of Great Wick. Alright. I was hoping to maybe do a betrothal to try and... Oh, that's only 500. We are gonna get our shit pushed in. We are severely undermanned for this fight. And I don't think we have any allies to call in. Hmm. He's got a wife. Oh my god. Okay, well, what we might be able to do is have the advantage of... we might actually be able to have the advantage of their low morale. You can win if you sit on... Yeah, I don't think there's any way I can sit on his lands and prevent him from mobilizing if his capital is right beside me. Yeah. Let's go for it. I'm not going to hire mercenaries just because that's going to put me further in debt. And it's going to lower my morale, so hopefully our surprise will be enough to carry the day. To the proud Lord Walden, peace be with you. I've decided to accept your suggestion of a betrothal between Asha and Donald. Excellent. All right. Form alliance. They don't want to. Okay. What if I give you a gift? That'll cost 25. I don't think that's worth it. We are going to lose very badly. Well, maybe these flanks might be able to... I think my center's just too weak to carry the day on this. Oh, we got hammered. Yep. Yep. This is me losing. I perhaps did not appreciate that I would immediately declare war. Oh well. Lesson learned. Let's see whether or not I survive this. I assume that he just kills me once this is done, but... So, the angle I'm going to try and take on this one... Well, okay, there's two things I'm going to do. One is an absolute Hail Mary play. And, stage a daring kidnapping. Son, I am leaving you a huge mess. The next thing I'm doing is... Oh my god, that's embarrassing. I don't even have enough to take one of the holdings. I'm pretty sure that 2,000 garrison's also not gonna let me do anything. Yep, I just sit here and wait for death. How's it going, Pier and Jade? Yeah, I don't think there's any... Okay, well, here's the last thing I can do. Send a gift. Dunstan is popularly known as the Bonehead. We'll see if that money buys me an alliance. Nope. Yeah, I don't really think there's anything else that I can do at this point other than to hope. I mean, the siege is going to be done. All right, check the files and see how soldiers are scaled. Iron Bank did not give enough mercenaries. Yeah, I mean, 500 mercenaries to take a guy who at one point had 8,000 troops to his name is a little ridiculous. And I mean, I think they gave me 25 gold, so it's not like I could hire anything. Anyways, that's fine. I actually want to see whether or not I lose this title at the end of this fight. Hey, do you want to marry one of my kids? No? Okay. Oh, here's what we do. The drowned gods look favorably upon sacrifices to him. We should tie up Lord Meldred of Pebbleton into the sands at low tide and slowly let the drowned god take him beneath the sea. 25 piety, 10% chance of gaining zealous, 10% chance of gaining cruel, and he dies. I'm taking you all with me! You've decreed Lord Meldred to be sacrificed to the drowned god, who will surely bless us. We tethered him to the beach at low tide and let the sea slowly wash over him. The prisoner struggled and pleaded, but in vain the drowned god took his due. What is dead may never die. And now a miracle happens, right? Hey, do you want an alliance yet? Sorry, so, Perrin Jade was also mentioning about Subnautica. I was actually watching Tuesday Gray play that not the other day. It looks really interesting. And, I'm sure you'll be happy with this. Just a second. It's a 50 gold debt, so I got 500. So, oh, so it's based on the amount of what the debt is? Oh wait, is Subnautica even available on GOG? I was gonna try and give the link through GOG, but I couldn't find it. So if it was a 100 gold debt, I would have gotten 1,000. Okay, interesting. Let's hope the drowned god is a bro about it. It is. I believe if you play as Vikings in the regular game, you set people on fire though, so I'm not entirely sure the alternative was all that much better. Of course, I can imagine. I mean, my view of it has always been, I am a consumer first, clearly. Wait a minute, what's going on here? Harvest Hall War for King Stannis' claim on the Stormlands. Fair enough. So I'm a consumer first, right? So obviously I'm going to want to go to the place that offers me the best price. You know, the games that I want. My lord, has come to my attention that nobody has been designated as regent. Go away, drowned man. So, you know, I'm not going to become so... I'm not going to become a zealot and say it's like, nope, I'm not going to play this game I really want to because it's not available on the platform that I want. Obviously, if, you know, there's plenty of very good EA games that are only available on Origin. But when it, you know, becomes a question of, are there two games of roughly equal price on two different platforms, I definitely consider things like who I think has the better, you know, better customer service, who I think is a little more of a consumer-friendly company in that, and in that sense, that's why my GOG library has been slowly inflating. By the way, guys, I believe Crusader Kings 2 is now available on GOG. I think all of the Paradox titles, if I'm not mistaken. At least the original Crusader Kings is. I don't know about Crusader Kings 2. But definitely if you like some of the classic titles like Europa... Actually, I know CPO Williams is really interested in Sengoku. He actually picked that up. That's also available through GOG.com. Yeah, I agree. Sure, use the rumor. We're gonna die anyway. Not a Crusader... Crusader Kings 2 is not on... Okay, that makes sense. I know some of the other, like the older titles that they have are on there. It used to be. Interesting. I know Paradox is working on their own storefront as well, so I have a feeling that they're probably going to try and throw their weight around on some of their newer titles. My lord, an enemy host approaches and intent on encircling the castle. What shall we do? The castle is impregnable. We will be safest here. I gain stalwart defender. Send my family into hiding. I cannot risk them being captured. And I will take my family and hide. You stay here to defend the cat. Yeah, we're running. Lord Walden of Sealskin Point's war for Great Wick has ended. Lord Walden of Sealskin Point lost. To the foul daughter of Walden, your low character is the subject of Bravosi plays. I accept your offer of peace. Alright. Do I actually hold any titles? Oh, cool. So I'm still alive. Whether or not this playthrough is still worth playing at this point is another matter, but... That's fair, strapping old nut. I mean, the big one for me is that I used to think of GOG as a... I used to think of GOG as kind of like a store for... Oh my god, they're gonna want 70. Yeah, something tells me I'm not getting out of this, so let's just crank up the speed and see what happens. I'm not entirely sure what the point of me going into hiding was, because I wound up captured anyway. I think at this point I just kind of wait until, make the request. But yeah, so I used to think of them as a place I would pick up like classic games and things like that, but it's like it's a fully fledged storefront, and it's it actually, so there's two things about it, which is one, there are good deals on it in its own right. Like, I loved the summer sale. I thought it was really well done. But in addition to that, I would maybe like a wish list, but beyond that, I usually will go to the website, like, actually I'll go right now. Can I demand trial by combat? I would lose. So like when I go to the website here, I can just take a look at the on sale, and like usually there's going to be some stuff that kind of catches my attention. Now, I may not always get it, but some example of some good games that are on sale there right now, which you may not have known about. Moon Hunters, 29% off. In fact, Jesse Quill can tell you about it. Democracy 3 Electioneering, obviously that just came out, so it's got its traditional 10% off. Slime Rancher is one that I had on my list. Now that's in development. That one's 20% off. But also, you know, if you liked, there's some classic games which I know some people like. So Red Baron, I had a couple of friends that were big on it. The biggest thing for me is I've actually started checking it out a little more regularly, because the nice one for me, if I have a big library and it's a little bit more about finding targets of opportunity, I've failed to appreciate how many classics that I really like, and a lot of stuff that I wound up playing last week that I got precisely because there was like a discount on GOG. So there's a ton of stuff I've wound up getting, like Theme Hospital, Planescape Torment. I've got a couple of the Warhammer 40k games on my wish list, and they're all waiting there to be picked up at really good prices. So it's become a little bit of a favorite storefront for me. All right. PTX3 has never played Crusader Kings, but you played a bunch of EU4. I'd say if you like if you like kind of a role-playing element side of game, if you like the idea of interpersonal relationships as being a driver of politics, I think Crusader Kings 2 is quite good for that. If instead you prefer kind of this grand empire building and this idea of kind of maintaining balances of power and such, then I think Europa Universalis 4 is a little more appropriate, and you'd probably find a bit more satisfaction in Hearts of Iron 4, in that case, PTX 3. Alright, Oswald the Luck, it was great to have you hanging out. Have a great night. If you get stuck on Lonely Light, it's not worth it, since Lonely Light can only amass like 70 soldiers in total. Fair enough. Can I demand trial by... Oh yeah, sorry. The change from good old games to GOG hasn't spread around that much. Alright, so my liege, my network of spies in Hammerhorn have found that a local noble is homosexual. What shall I do about this information? Blackmail him, as always. Where am I? Who are these people? Oh, pretty colors. So tired. So I'm infirm. This poor man just left rotting in a dungeon somewhere. Gisela has been a leal and able servant, having successfully completed many tasks in the aid of Sealskin Point. It would be seen as the right and honorable course to reward her with certain incomes and grants so as to foster greater loyalty. My regent would reward herself? Oh, come on, Jesse Quill. You have already given me a very substantial donation for today. Thank you very much. By the way, I got a wonderful private message from somebody. I think if Jess is so inclined, I gave a couple of samples of some voices I was going to record for a sample for the Skywind mod. I do it all the time in your channel, Jess. I feel bad saying it's not necessary, but I'm still not accustomed to donations. All right, my lord, His Grace Stannis has taken his last breath. May he repose in peace. Now his heir, Lord Paramount Renly Baratheon, will take the throne and will rule the Seven Kingdoms from henceforth. Long live the king! All right, so let's see what I've... Oh. Pause, please pause. Yeah, Baratheons aren't the only ones dying left and right. Okay, let's see if we can rebuild this family. Okay, so first of all, we've got a wide open council. Oh god, what an awful treasurer. We still have our incompetent drowned man. So who is she fighting, though? Let's hold off on my diplomat, because I have a feeling I'm going to need to do that. Let's train some troops. Let's collect taxes. Not sure what I want to do with my spy master yet. And we'll build zeal. Okay, now I don't believe I can try and kidnap. Alright, so my liege actually doesn't have a problem with me personally, so that's good to know. Looks like I might be able to change my character. He's already a skill fight. Ooh. Okay, well let's get out of hiding first. Call court out of hiding. Definitely need to rebuild our wealth. And I'm really tempted to take stewardship, but let's actually build up war just so I can improve my station. Okay. We've been pretty devastated as far as military is concerned. But this scrub, we can almost take him out. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to build a spy network here. We're going to improve diplomatic relations with the Lord. It seems like we don't have this alliance anymore. Yeah, Learnath, I don't know if how bad the delay is, but I'm out of hiding now. So it seems whatever ties we had there have been broken. All right, so let's see if we can restore this family to greatness. We'll continue to raise warriors. Harag owes me a favor. I don't see how that does anything for me though, so... Okay, so I actually got to think about this. So the plan was for me to try and take this for myself. I may not be able to do it militarily. Alright, well, you know what? Let's just kidnap her for the hell of it. I think the next thing we do, let's try and recreate the alliance with these guys. Well, they're already betrothed, though. Alright, well, I'll just give it, I'll give it a little bit of a rest. Right now, we just need to worry about getting our money back. The other nice thing, of course, is that we're able to go on some slightly cheaper raids with our smaller force, but I have a feeling we'll still bankrupt ourselves, given the cost of ships. What happened to our ships? I guess they burned them all. Alright, so we'll just crank up the speed and let events happen. Alright, Lord Euron of Sealskin Point fulfilled the ambition to gain an honorary title. You have to run... Oh, not a problem at all, Parent Jade. I don't know how good this is for kind of outside audiences. I'm enjoying this game, but I don't know how effective it is for the standard broadcast. It's the worst decade in the history of the House of Farwind. Time to change it. It's a learning experience. Alright, so I can pick a new ambition. No option to raise my personal It'd be great if I could catch a Valerian sword, but I have no idea what's entailed. Maybe I should have the ambition of gaining a daughter. So War Chest would be tempting, because I obviously want money. But I think if I do daughter, it's a small bonus to piety, and it also gives me more options in terms of betrothals. And it should be relatively straightforward with my 24-year-old wife. Alright, all hail His Grace Renly of House Baratheon, King of the Andals, and Rhoynar, the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, Protector of the Realm. Long live the King, or curse his name! Well, he doesn't like me, but... You don't care much for CK2 play yourself, but it's enjoyable to watch and listen to the strategy decision-making process of someone who knows much more. But I don't! This has been entirely about learning. So I'll admit, I know a lot more about this mod, and in part thanks to all of you. I definitely feel like I know a lot more about this mod. I don't know if I do the Iron Isles again, but I think it would be neat to try and do a minor... Oh, you know what? Actually, I'm curious about this. So the Telltale game. So the Foresters are something interesting. So maybe it'd be fun to do the Telltale family, House Forrester. Oh. Maybe for the next time, we'll play some of these stern Northmen. A raven has arrived from the Citadel. We should prepare, as winter is coming. But yeah, I'm thinking the way that we get through these dark and lonely days, unless I have a good way of doing single combat. Let's just crank up the speed and watch the money roll in. Oh! We can make a weak claim on the High Lordship of Great Wick. How did we get that? Alright. The King on the Iron Throne, in the name of the Father, I, King Renly of House Baratheon, promise, pledge, and guarantee in the sight of the Seven that I will be the protector and defender of the realm in all ways useful to it, however many, insofar as I am supported by divine assistance according to my knowledge and ability. Today King Renly was crowned by His Holiness the High Septon and formally received the title of the King of the Andals, the Rhoynar and First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, Protector of the Realm. Thinking House Farwind's words should be like the tide of water, due to the fact that my house falls and always rises again. It's actually funny that you mentioned that, Leoneth, because one of the things that I've always been very insistent on in the case of... God, I really want to know... See, if only I had some way of having enough to take care of this garrison, because he's currently getting his lunch eaten by this host. He's in prison. So if there was just a way I could get enough to knock out these garrisons, I could actually own this. Oh, I'm paused. No, I believe, assuming the debt to the Iron Bank was subject to me actually succeeding. Yeah, I don't owe them any money. But if I go to the Iron Bank, they'll only give me 50, and so that's not going to be enough to get enough. I always forget to hit the auto invite to plot. I'm not going to be able to hire anything good with that. I kind of need this to... I need this thing to trigger. The most excellent Lord Euron, may you live in harmony and contentment. We offer you the safe release of... Sorry, nephew, fuck you. I need the money. Sorry, gals, fuck you. But yeah, so anyways, all of my playthroughs, there's definitely been some pretty substantial losses that I've had, and it's the question has usually been, it's like, so are you going to start over again? I've always been very insistent on not resetting the game because of a setback. It's one of the biggest appeals to me is the fact that you can have these families that go on for such a long time. I think it's a lot more interesting to have this kind of, as you say, the tides coming in and out. I think it's a lot more interesting to have a game where you kind of have to give and take a little bit. There's very little that I find that's not recoverable in this. I should get that cruel trait given how often I'm... I wonder if these characters who are imprisoned can request... Oh, plot to rescue from prison. God, that's more tempting than this kidnapping plot, but it's almost going to trigger, so... God, this is... Oh, I'm actually really looking forward to this now, so if I can plot to rescue people from prison, that's going to be what this next story is going to be about, our rescue of the family from the Lord. How big is my house? You mean in terms of this? 14 living members. How many of those are in... who are currently free is another matter. I think there's only 3 in prison right now. Yeah, this is actually... So this is the stuff that I really like about Crusader Kings 2, is we have a little... Oh! Hello, son of the traitor! I've decided to offer you the position of commander. Do I accept? Of course. Now give me my family back, you son of a bitch. Okay, so immediate plans. First, I want to try and pull off this kidnapping. We're going to try and recover our forces. Drowned God rebels have risen up in Sealskin Point, led by a militant drowned man. If not swiftly crushed, this revolt could spread like wildfire. Curses. Stop that. Oh. At 24, Gwyneth died in the dungeons of Lord Reaver Gorold of Great Wick. Yeah, I have no idea why this, why that uprising happened, seeing as they are the same religion as us, but I won't question it. But yeah, so the story's going to be rebuilding troop capacity, building up wealth, so that we can start raiding again, and finally rescuing family members from the dungeons. Elkanu! Guys, I gotta pause here because Elkanu is deserving of that kind of attention. God, I really love this this particular soundtrack. Alright, let's zoom out so we can appreciate the full map. It's so hard for me to... There we go. No, no, no. It's happening, Elkanu. Prepare yourself. Winter is coming. Shoutout is coming. Guys, I want to take a very special moment here and acknowledge El Canu. So we've got a lot of people hosting this stream tonight, and El Canu is just one of them, so thank you so much for that. But I'd like to take a minute, especially for those of you who like watching, maybe you're watching from Europe or that. El Canu is a French streamer, and a very, very good one at that. And I like to... I think if you do the shout out again, Jesse Quill, it'll work. I know it just has a small timer when two people do it at the same time. But I want to specifically shout out El Canu because we had Piran Jade here a little while ago, and she does some streaming on the GOG channel. Now, I found El Canu originally because he was playing Satellite Rain, and all of the English casters made the game look boring because they weren't giving a lot of commentary and a lot of context. In fact, this is one problem that you can run into on... let's actually maybe get rid of the colors. There we go. This is a problem you can run into in Crusader Kings as well, right? That's, beautiful looking map and all that, but... if you don't have context for the actions, if we haven't told this story about our hard done by family and our plans to try and break people out of prison and things like that, this game can look incredibly dull. So it was very interesting that even though all of these English casters had an advantage in speaking in my native language, it took me checking out El Canu's channel largely just to say, I did a little bit of French in school, so I kind of want to study it again and learn it, and I really want to find out about Satellite Rain. He completely transformed my perception of the game. It looked great, and more importantly, he is an exceptionally talented caster. He has got a great camera presence, he's got a very high degree of charisma, he is a lot of fun to watch, he's got a wicked sense of humor as well. And most importantly, I think this is the big one, especially because we were talking about people sort of streaming on behalf of developers and things like that. I cannot think of a single game that El Canu has streamed that was not given the absolute fairest treatment possible. It was every time that El Canu takes up a game, I feel like I'm getting all of the information that I need about it and whether or not it'll be something for me. And I think that is a very rare trait in a lot of streamers. There's a lot of streamers who say it's like, oh, if anything, they should be paying me for giving them free publicity. But El Canu is the person who I am convinced has sold games for people. He is the guy who, if you want to know if a title is good, you've got to check out his channel. Even if you don't speak French, he is that good. His body language, his ability to interact with an audience, super friendly guy, just easily, he's one of the top streamers in my view on Twitch. I mean, out of the people who I watch, if Kitch22, Jesse Quill, or El Canu are streaming, I'm pretty much going to drop what I'm doing and watch them. So, more importantly too, El Canu is coming very close to the milestone that I'm celebrating. He is currently at, I'm going to take a peek right now, I'm sorry to spend so much time out, he is at 968 followers. So I want to let you know there is a streamer called Kitch22. He saw that I was close to 1,000 followers. He's actually become a partnered streamer now. I have to tell you, especially because of what Kitch did for me, if you have it in you to take a shot on a streamer that I'm only, giving to you by words, I would love it if we can push El Canu closer to that 1,000 goal. I felt incredible when I hit that myself. I think El Canu is the most deserving individual of hitting that magic number, and he will hit it regardless of what we do here tonight. But I would like to say, if you trust my advice as a streamer about the kinds of things that I find entertaining, I definitely think that El Canu is very much worthy of your time, and I would love it if we can push him a little bit closer to that 1,000. So, anyways, guys, El Canu is your stereotypical seductive Frenchman. Jesse Quill, I leave it to your judgment as to the seductiveness of El Canu. I personally find Jesse Quill a little more seductive myself, but this might be a statement of my preferences. He is married though, so Mrs. Canu may have words with you. But yeah, anyways, guys, one of the highest recommendations I can give on Twitch. Definitely somebody you should be checking out. And I know I lost a few viewers while I monologued on that, but he is unquestionably worth it. So far as I can tell, though, does not do. So far as I can tell, has not done grand strategy games. But I hope you're doing well, El Canu. Looks like Tywin's in a bit of trouble. We still got 10,000 forces, but he is currently fighting with the Riverlands. Oh, neat. The Tullys are fighting. Definitely a very seductive caster. You know nothing of French and you really enjoy the cast regardless. You're heterosexual, but preferences change. See, he's kind of geared towards intrigue, but I really want to build... I really gotta just keep hammering this Marshal. You know what would be interesting is if I could somehow get some sort of betrothal to Tywin and use him to take the fact that he's angered with the Iron Isles to seize that. Throughout the day, you've caught yourself grinding your teeth and being unable to focus on anything for long. Suddenly you realize why you've been in a bad mood all day. You just can't seem to abide having lazy people in your presence anymore. You could say, I'll get him to be less slothful when I'm around. Or, it grinds my gears, but it might cause distress if I lecture people like this. Well, you know what? I'm just gonna be a dick. Marry Cersei's daughter? Interesting. Hey, how's it going, Fat Camp? Good to see you again. Marry a family member to her daughter. Alright, let's take a look. 26 bucks? You can go to hell. Right, so Cersei, daughter. Not flying. Helmet! Do the family prep. Damn it. I'm thinking anybody in this family is not gonna pull this off. Alright. So much for Melissa Lannister. Tyrion. Oh, he's already betrothed. Oh, to the Reach. Alright. Turns out that Lord Tyrion did turn into a knight. Talos Wind, good to see you too. By the way, for those of you who were here for the... So I know I said I was going to stop spamming this, but there's a few more people who are, you know, who are around. I did have a survey about the first week of the 1K celebration streams. Did anybody want to do that survey and not have the opportunity? I can give the link if you'd like. But I'm certainly not going to bug anybody about it if they didn't want to. Grand strategy isn't something you're generally attracted to. You like 4X a lot, but it takes time to learn the game, and it doesn't necessarily match how you're playing games live. I agree completely. It's definitely a tricky. It's definitely a tricky genre to work with. The biggest one that's worked for me is I've liked kind of giving reasons behind my decisions. So like this playthrough, Elkanu, I don't know if you're a fan of Game of Thrones or not, but we started off as this little family of Farwind on the Iron Isles, and what we've been trying to do, we've been trying to kind of increase our station. Whoa! Lord Paramount Balin II of the Iron Islands has declared war on the tyranny of King Renly of the Iron Throne. I think I can do some raiding now. Thank you very much, Jesse Quill. Okay, I gotta think about how I play this. But yeah, so my original plan was to try and slowly expand my family's prestige, but we've sort of failed in a couple of things, both due to my lack of skill and also due to poor RNG. So... Let's see if I can make a faction. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so I'll at least start this faction. But yeah, so we've what we've been doing so far, Alkanu, is we've come under some pretty hard times on this family. So what we're trying to do is just sort of work our way through a few different goals. So right now we've got a goal of kidnapping a member of a rival family. And then what we're going to be doing next is trying to break out some of my own family members out of the prison of the of kind of our liege. We've been able to actually keep our position in we've been able to keep our position in on the island, which was a little surprising. And now it looks like my lord is in rebellion. And so what I will do now is I'm actually going to try and take advantage of this to start raiding. Oh, but I don't have enough ships, I don't think. And there's no way I can reduce... So our opportunities for raiding have fallen apart because we're still getting over the fact that all of our ships were burned by the enemy. So we're just gonna scream on by. Master Aaron is no longer Seneschal for Lord Euron. Ugh! What does it cost me to get somebody else into court? 3? Yeah. Let's do... a man good with coin. That'll do. Actually, let's do that again. It's not too expensive. Oh, I can't. Alright, demand... Okay, so I'm not gonna push this yet. What is my diplomat currently doing? It's in Hammerhorn. Oh, he's trying to ingratiate himself with the new Great Reef. Oh, okay. Okay, so what do I want to do instead? Check what side my lord has taken. Apparently he's neutral? That doesn't make sense. So it looks like we're independent of the Iron Isle. Yeah, so it looks like we are independent. And... Oop, not what I wanted to do. Well, that's really interesting, actually. Depending on how that turns out, we could possibly... Sure, I'll be your Justicar. Invite to a plot. We would like to kill Lord Reaver Graydon the Great. Well, he did just give me a position of power. Who takes his place? Someone weaker. Let's go for it. Nope, you can give me my family back. I'm not paying you. So yeah, this is a pretty weak ruler to have running things. Request council support. Not until you tell me what that is. That's very strange that he's able to declare independence and not fight. Okay, well, it looks like he's fighting. Looks like he's fighting forces in from the Iron Throne, though. Alright, so I can challenge Lord Dunstan. Challenge Lord Dunstan to a duel to uphold your honor. Duels can be considered dangerous to your health. This is considered dishonorable and people might be upset about the act. Now I'm just curious why... What did he do that's dishonorable towards me? The Lords of the Iron Islands have approved the institution of the Free Inheritance Law. I'm assuming that's religious? Alright, we'll speed this up a little bit. Anyway, sorry, Elkanu, I completely failed to actually live up to my my statements here, but basically the plan was whenever I do a game like this, I try to make it about sort of communicating the strategy. So I've never played this mod before, and this mod actually adds a lot of new mechanics. So the nice thing here is that there have been some people from chat who have been helping out. They've been kind of talking about the mechanics of the game. And in the meantime, I've been able to make my own mistakes and kind of push forward that way. And so while I never think the game is going to be... You know, I don't think the game is ever going to be, you know, the most scorching thing you'll see on Twitch or something like that. I do think it's... Oh, we've got a chance to name kids again. I think the appeal of this game to me is it does give me a chance to sort of talk with people, interact, and try and do what I can to communicate the experience of learning a new game. So guys, we've got 15 people in chat right now according to my numbers, so let's pick a number between 1 and 15. One number. And you can either give the name of the child or just say what it is. And I will say when it's done. First come, first serves, number-wise as always. And I'm going to enjoy a bite of a donut. Okay, everybody's gonna get really mad at me. So, Jess, I leave you the option on this. The number was 2. So, this will mean the second time my mod has won the draw. If you would like, Jess, you do have the ability to name this child, or you can gift it to a member of the chat. Oh yeah, I said I was taking a bite of donut, but I didn't make it social eating, so... Alright, this is a lemon meringue donut I'm having. It's kind of got, like, frosting on it and this sort of, like... I don't know what kind of cover. It's almost like a pie crust, and then it's got, like, a lemon filling in the middle. So I'm putting it a little bit close to my mouth. Taking the nose. Yep, that's lemon and icing, all right. All right, here we go. We'll take the taste. Donut. This is euphoria. All right, milady. Jacinda. Oh. All right. Number between 1 and... Oh, wow, I lost 3 people in the time it took me to socially eat. All right, number between 1 and 14, people. Hit me with your best shot. I guess I had twins? Alright. Actually, here's what I'm gonna do. So, strapping old lad says Bert. There we go. I now christen you Bert Bob. Lord Urin of Sealskin Point fulfilled the ambition to have a daughter. Alright, what are we doing next? So I could try and have more children, which is somewhat tempting given the fact that we kind of need to start forging more alliances. I could try and fall in love, but who the fuck wants to do that? No way I'm getting my hands on a Valerian sword. I could try and become regent, but I have a feeling that's not going to be happening. I could try and adopt a lifestyle. You know what? Let's try and have many children. Can I check out the Targaryens? Sure. Oh god, what's the best way to check this out? Oh yeah, here we go. Alright, so Viserys is 17 and without a wife. And then there was another one though. My liege, since I arrived at Sealskin Point, there has never been a shortage of soldiers reinforcing the troop stationed there. Under our guidance, they believe fame and fortune await them. Thank you, Marshal. I know there was another lady that we were looking for. Okay, Caitlyn. Oh wait, it wasn't Caitlyn, it was her sister, was it? I have no idea how you guys find this when I'm not looking. Yes, there are no Aemon Targaryens. So I'm assuming I don't have to worry about dragons? I'm happy about that. Alright, so the Iron Throne does seem to be... Okay, so this is interesting. So... they're hostile towards my lord, but only because he was raiding them. Not because he's participating in some kind of combat. I'm still not sure why I can duel that guy, but anyways, let us continue on with our habits of making warriors. Eddard Stark's sister. Okay. So Eddard's sister. Yeah, there we go. He died of the dreaded plague. Well, looks like Lord Balin the Rash earned his name properly. Hey, Renly, can I get me one of them? Get me one of them Iron Islands? Nope, looks like he's keeping them. I can go on a reaving. I would love to, but I have a feeling that would just dump a bunch of money. And we'd find out we don't have enough ships for it. So I guess I should crank up the speed again. I think at this point we're just kind of waiting, waiting until we get our abilities. Well, something happened to cause... Oh wait, this is probably after the revolution, so like everything needs to go back in. It's turning colder and colder. The people of Sealskin Point can no longer work the fields. So in this case, build times go up, supply limits down, levy reinforcement rates. Okay. So not so good for us while we're trying to rebuild our broken forces. I seem to recall somebody saying that in this mod, the recovery of troops is a lot slower. Under my guidance, my young cousin Helmet is slowly mastering the art of swordsmanship. Alright, this is looking good. So what can we do here? I have been at peace for too long. As a Drowned God character, you lose 2 prestige every month for being at peace and doing no raiding. Well... I'm curious. Seeing... Oh, wait, you know what? These are... I think it's because these are... I believe because these are Ironborn, this is not going to count even though they're under the Iron Throne. Actually, let's maybe try this one instead. Looks like it does count. Lucky me. I mean, I don't really have an option though, right? Like, I've got, I don't have any ships that I can stick these guys on, so... I'm sure they'll understand. I'd love to raid this area, but the fact that Rob can roll over and crush me on a whim is not a desirable feature. Yeah, we're gonna take a very long time before we're gonna be able to do proper raids again. I think you get what? It's 100 per ship, right? And I mean, technically we could hire this fleet, but I really don't think the raids would actually pay for themselves at that rate. So, I mean, it's unfortunate. I think what I'm going to wind up doing is just raiding the hell out of everybody in range. And hope they just take it. Every time you read Neighbors, you can't stop getting the quote from Desolator in Red Alert 2. There goes the neighborhood. I've never actually played Red Alert 2. The good news about this is it is some much needed income for my realm, so I'll try and go... Let's try to go to a level 3. Okay, that's actually super Okay, Erica let me know that the plot to kill Lord Reaver Graydon of Great Wick is proceeding well. A party of mercenaries in her employ will ambush Graydon disguised as mercenaries within a month. Classic. God, I hope I'm not implicated in this. Why does my council dislike me? My liege's council is discontent. It's been... Oh, probably because it worked? History is a subject that has always fascinated you, and you have spent the last few weeks studying the campaigns of Iron King Corred Horror. There are many lessons to be learned from how he led the Ironborn to the peak of our expansion, ruling territory along the Sunset Sea to the Arbor to Bear Island. Perhaps I too will march east one day. Oh, actually no, I'm going to become a student of strategy. My liege presently has 4,000 troops. It's been pretty consistent that way too. Unfortunately, I don't... Oh, hang on. Yeah, nobody wants to support me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and milk this rating for as much as it's worth. The nice thing about the structure of these islands are that there's not too many ways I don't think that I can get trapped. There's, for instance, there's no levy here, right? So I move in on Renly's territory. The worst that can happen is Lordsport, but if Lordsport rises up, then I just move north. If Lordsport doesn't, then I kind of have two escape routes. So the layout's kind of nice towards running away. Let's try speeding it up a little bit. The Lords of the Iron Islands have approved the institution of the slavery abolished law, and they have approved the institution of the chattel slavery law. So does we or does we not have slavery in this realm? Slavery is illegal. Alright. My lord, His Grace King Renly has seen fit to name Luther Grandison Lord Paramount of the Stormlands. He and his sons and grandsons shall hold and enjoy this honor until the end of time, and all the lords of the Stormlands shall pay him homage as their rightful liege. Liege, how interesting. And looks like we've been reincorporated into the Iron Throne, so... If we had boats, we would be able to go and steal from the Lannisters, but this is... Oh, Iron Thrones are slavers, but Iron Islands are not. Gotcha. Maybe I should just give up on this kidnapping thing. Offer a 200 donation to my liege. Yeah, right. So I'm assuming the plot failed. Iron Throne have approved the institution of the slavery abolished law. Make up your mind, sir. I almost want to pay them just so they stop annoying me about it. How are we? Yeah, still really don't have that many boats. Renly Baratheon is known as the Unready. Can I build any factions favorable to myself? Overthrow the monarchy of... Oh, so I can turn it into a republic. That sounds super fun, but not exactly how I wanted to do this. So they're sitting on 3,000 troops, but they also don't have a lot of wealth. But something tells me the Iron Bank of Braavos is probably not going to offer me the deal on that, so... So in this case, Giles was offered up as a sacrifice. Keep it a small private funeral. How my first ruler's children are? Let's take a look. So it looks like it's been the same guy the whole time. He's currently sitting on 4,000 troops. He still sucks at military. Still has the same territory. Decent amount of money. Fair prestige. Got plenty of kids. Didn't rock the boat. I didn't need to, I've learned my lesson, okay? I really want to raid this, but I know it's not going to work, so... Oh, first ruler of House Far... Oh, let's take a look. Since I arrived in Skeelskin Point, there has never been a shortage of soldiers reinforcing the troop station there. Under our guidance, they believe fame and fortune await them. Let us hope so. Alright, so this is us. All imprisoned or dead. As far as the other branch goes, we've got a Lord of Lonely Light. And that's about it. Can I maybe just not? I don't even remember when the scenario starts. Anyways, let me know which one you want to see. No, it's just, it's very hard. Either I'm too dumb for this, or the instructions are really not clear, because I don't know. It feels like I've always needed like 4 or 5 steps to get anywhere for what people are looking for. So, I mean, that's what I showed you in the history. We've got 1 living child, or sorry, we've got 4 living children, one of which is not in prison. Oh no, all of them are in prison, just it doesn't show on one. Well, whatever it was, it's super cruel. Completely blank. This is most cruel. So I'm assuming he's the one who got castrated. So fertility minus 5,000%, attraction option minus 20. And release from the dungeon. But he was dull anyway, so we don't really worry too much about him. Nobody wants to marry him. Sounds so horrid. Believe me, it feels worse. Corin has been a loyal, I think is what that's trying to say, an able servant, having successfully completed many tasks in aid of Sealskin Point. It would be seen as right and honorable course to reward him with certain incomes and grants so as to foster greater loyalty. So I can pay him 3 for a 10, or I owe him nothing. And he goes to, well, he's actually a very good marshal, so I think I'll pay for it. The eligible bachelor of House Farwind. Perks include a lack of manhood. Yeah. Earl, I don't mean to alarm you, but you really don't want to have your, you really don't want to have your 14th birthday in that jail cell. My lord, we have received word from Hammerhorn that your nephew, Jon Farwind, has suffered a grave mutilation at the hands of his captor, Lord Revan Gormon Goodbrother, who had the unfortunate Jon blinded. You know, doesn't look so bad. He's a poor fighter now, admittedly. Oh, he was shrewd, though, so... What shocking brutality! I should marry it off to one of his relatives. Your daily routine involves repeatedly swinging your blade at a training dummy. However, you can only learn so much from fighting an inanimate enemy, and the practice gets dreadfully dull after a while. I could use someone to train with. Well, that's fine. I'm giving him a taste of his own medicine and marrying into his family. The good news is he's actually also losing some levies. So I won't be able to attack him with this non-aggression pact, but... Oh. So this is a spot. For whatever reason, they've lost a lot of troops. We're just probably not going to be able to get a CB in time. That'd be really great if I could get my hands on that sword, though. Yeah, I'm assuming it's just because they've like grown up in his prison, so he can actually do it now. All right, Eric. Like I said, I don't want to alarm you. Okay, brooding and haughty. So I think that's very poor. That's okay, but oh right, this deadly combination. Okay, whatever. He's really good at everything, actually, except diplomacy. We'll give him martial education for the hell of it. Alright, so I can't raid my brothers here. Wait a minute, so I'm not able to form an alliance. Because I'm the vassal. Fair enough. How long till I can change the succession laws? So I got the title 8290, so 4 more years. And looks like my very foolish ruler decided that he wanted to pick a fight with Renly, which is good news for me. Because I'll be able to declare independence. I might actually just pay for all the hostages. So depending on how badly he gets hammered on this thing, I might pay for the hostages and borrow from the Iron Bank to siege his holdings. Let's... So we're not making any progress on this kidnapping mission. Let's bust out some of my relatives. And let's go by the oldest. Well, actually, let's go by the let's go by the closest to me first. My lord, we have received word from Hammerhorn that your son... Oh, well, we don't need to rescue him anymore. Earl Farwind has suffered a grave mutilation at the hands of his captor, Lord Revan Gormon Goodbrother, who has had the unfortunate Earl blinded. What shocking brutality. Martial -6, intrigue -2, stewardship -2, health -1, dual skill multiplier -30, and attraction option -10. Well, he was weak anyway. So, who are we rescuing next? Looks like he's being a coward about this actually, and he's just letting Renly take his troops. A raven arrived from the Citadel. We should rejoice. Winter is coming to an end. So I'll be able to rebuild my forces, hopefully around the time it is warming as winter comes to an end in Sealskin Point. Mild winter will be removed from Sealskin Point. So hopefully this will help us a little bit. I won't bother reading this again because I know I've done it several times. Martial and stewardship are going up. So actually I think this guy's shaping up to be a fairly decent... Alright, unsurprising. My lord, we have received word that Hammerhorn, from Hammerhorn, that your nephew Eric Farwind has suffered a grave mutilation at the hands of the captor, Lord Reaver Gormon Goodbrother, who had the unfortunate Eric blinded. It's a lot of blind babies I've got in my realm. Fortunately, I've got 2 healthy ones. I've also got a genius daughter. You have a new heir. If your character dies, you will now play as Yaigon Farwind. I don't remember marrying her off. Or marrying him to her. Not the greatest stats in the world. But the bloodline, I mean the bloodline's secure. This guy is, I do not want running my kingdom at all. His stats are terrible. So yeah, it looks like he's fighting King Renly, but doesn't actually want to, small private funeral. Looks like he's not actually bothering to commit his troops, which is bad news for me. Oh god, okay, so... Oh, I can't... Alright, so... Gisela is a very good choice for a Justicar. Also would have been a fantastic choice for a treasurer, but let's shake up the cabinet a little bit. And I think I can actually afford a... Oh, I'll send a demand. I think he's probably going to make me pay for it, though. And let's bring a holy man in, just so I can slightly fill out my numbers. Lord Euron, I will not be blackmailed into releasing my prisoners. Myrna Farwind shall remain in my custody as just punishment for the crimes that she has committed. Oh man, and I lose prestige. Ooh. I really wish... So I lose the plot and... Alright, you know what? Screw it. Declaring war. And I'm going to try and take advantage of the fact that he is hesitant to engage Renly. Under my guidance, my young son Romney is slowly mastering the art of swordsmanship. You foresee the beautiful rule of Lord Bert Bob in the future? Romney's got the Great Plague. Lovely. Alright. What's the the cheapest mercenary band that I can hire is still not enough. Oh, and I can't take loans? Oh, because I don't have the... I don't have any vassals, and apparently I can't... Okay, well, let's hope we can get the Golden Company then. Oh, you have a new era, your character dies, you will now play as Jon Farwind. It's probably not what I needed to have happen right now, but small private funeral, I'm gonna need... How did I lose so much money? And I have apparently lost so many of my troops as well. Oh, it's because Sir Incompetence is leading things. Great. I can't catch a break on this one. God, there's so many people I can try and Alright, try to imprison Asha. I don't know why though. Wait, I was probably murdered. Nope, just plague. Okay. Guys, I think I need to take a little break. I'll be back in a second. Alright, thanks everybody for waiting. So yeah, I was kind of counting on having... counting on having money from the Iron Bank, so I think in this case I'm gonna try... I was gonna try imprisoning just so I could ransom. I guess the real question here is, do I want to leverage his stewardship, or do I want to, again, try and build him up? I really have to keep building up militarily, unfortunately. Your succession to Sealskin Point after Lord Euron's death has triggered unrest throughout the realm. Challenges to Farwind rule are emerging, with many peasants and other bandits and outlaws causing trouble. My rule must stabilize. So I think the one challenge I run into here... I have a feeling they're going to raise their levies as soon as I get out of this territory. Alright. Excellent. Alright. So we're gonna stay sieging this. We've got our alliance, so I think I can call them in, and son of a bitch! To the magnificent Lord Yegon, blessings upon your house. I, Lord Manfred of Pebbleton, accept your proposal for an alliance. Where did the 6,000 troops come from? Alright. April 16th, April 19th, so I'm a little bit better here. Not a problem at all, Elkanu. It's good to see you. Good to see you here as always. So is my ally showing up, or am I just gonna lose again? Oh, my guy died. Alright, you have a new heir. If your character dies, you'll now play as Jon Farwind without eyes. Alright. How are you at commanding troops? Not great, but you'll do. Maybe I do a last-ditch effort to try and assassinate this guy? No, let's kidnap him. I'm kind of curious if... Okay, this actually might work to my advantage here. So if Sir Jeremy moves, they're probably going to move on Hammerhorn, which means they might pull back and defend. I mean, if they try and keep in my area, I'm done for. But then that's not news either. I do actually want to see what the event triggers. Even if I can't afford it, I actually want to see what it looks like. Who else can I enlist? Most of these guys probably don't have... Wasn't that lovely? Has the plague. Okay. It's got 3,000 troops, but will he keep... Oh, actually, he's... Okay, well, they both have non-existent militaries. They also have a somewhat promising... So what happens if we do a betrothal? We do get a... Oh, but I'm at war with him, so that's probably where those troops came from. Yup. No alliance comes from that. Alright, we don't get any alliances from these marriages. Yeah, I think I'm out of options as far as... I think I'm out of options as far as marrying my way into alliances. So let's just see. Let's see what happens with. Oh, so he's just gonna go rescue his own holdings. Yeah, I think we're done for. My lord, an enemy host approaches, intent on encircling the castle. What shall we do? Send the family into hiding. I will stay. Your kinsman Yagon Pharaoh has died. Now risk just small funeral as usual. And I'm out of money as usual. Ah. Okay. I hope my family stays in hiding. So it looks like they're gonna pick a fight. Again, my allies are not being helpful here. Don't have access to a priest because I don't have money at the moment. Yeah, I think we just need to sit on this and wait until my allies show up, otherwise we're not able to take any castles. I mean, maybe my mobilization will kick him in the pants. It hasn't in the past, but let's just see what happens. Oh, here we go. We might actually pull this off. Interesting. Okay. So it's going to be very costly, but this is his capital, so... And it looks like... There we go. Lord Jon Farwind, I'm afraid I don't see what I can gain from... By fighting in your wars, we will wait for better employment. His... Okay, Golden Company didn't want to do it. Alright, so this is going to be really terrible for my realm. Fortunately, I think we get a little bit of money for sieging that castle. And... Still don't have enough for our fleet levies. The thing that really sucks about this is that this is a war of liberation, so this is not going to... Well, hang on. Oh, you know what? I probably needed to, Right, it's been hundreds of years since the clansmen have threatened the Vale with anything more than serious raids. However, word has spread of a king who has united the clans and assembled a large band of warriors intent on taking the fertile lands of the Vale himself. Surely they cannot match armored knights. So unfortunately this is just about the liberation of prisoners, or maybe one prison. But, Jesse, well, I think this is because the new DLC actually has a lot of plague mechanics inside of it. They haven't announced its title, but they've hinted a couple of things. Under my guidance, my young kinsman Helmet is slowly mastering the art of swordsmanship. So, if I can bring my ally in on this... So we'll wait until this finishes. I might actually be able to... Okay, we're gonna milk this for all it's worth. Oh god, I desperately want to castrate the hell out of this guy. Oh, this is beautiful. Okay, yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to take everything we can out of this territory. And then we're going to rinse and repeat. And, my liege, I write with you with bad news from Sealskin Point. My efforts to squeeze extra taxes out of the population are met with resistance, and the peasants are arming themselves. I fear we might have a revolt on our hands here soon. Okay, so here I might need to... grave news. Maester Jason, having tended the wounds of the men at your command, is reported to have cracked under the stress of the stream of grotesque injuries. The men are now unnerved because of this. So I want to see where these guys are headed. If they're headed... Yep, they're headed towards me. So what I need to do now is get the hell out of here. Offer peace and force demands. Lord Euron's war to liberate the captive from Lord Reaver, Gormund Wildhorn. The plot of Lord Euron of Sealskin Point has ended. Lord Jon of Sealskin Point 1. Now we're gonna slow this down a bit. They arrive on July the 2nd. I get out of there on June so I can get out of my territory right away, and then I leave the army of Sir Lucas to devour my lord. So what we're gonna do here, is there no way for me to bring my family out of hiding? Calcourt out of hiding? Yeah, I have to be back in peace. Okay. Okay, so what about the rest of my family? Are they seriously all out of prison? Oh god. So basically, once I get back to my territory, I'm going to disband so the Iron Throne armies can't do anything to me. And then I'm going to do my best to call my allies again and depose the king. I can do Lord Manfred, who's my only ally. Or is he? Why am I able to do this? History is a subject that's always fascinated you. We've read this before, so... Okay. Oh god, yeah, see, I gotta do this now. It's such a good opportunity. I just don't have the troops for it. Let's hire a holy man. And I think we do the same strategy. We just try to kidnap him as a backup plan. So I'll wait until we have our formal alliance before we do anything. We will take a childhood focus. Oh yes, for my genius daughter. Let's make her... God, these are all really good. We'll go with etiquette again. And Bert Bob, well, already starts very strong with Marshall. So hopefully we can run through with this. Okay, so I do not want to duel him precisely because if I kill him, the holdings go... Okay, so this is the plan. I don't think this will work, but the idea is to take my alliance. I am going to try and get the claim, at which point then I'll do the duel, have that land fall into my hands, and then we'll be good. Oh no, actually the one problem with this is once he's done getting his ass kicked up here, what's probably going to happen is this area is going to get sieged. So I have a feeling actually this isn't going to quite... So I should be able to take advantage of the fact that my lord is very weak, but I believe I'm only able to take... Nice. So we've got the alliance that we were looking for. I believe the only reason I'm actually able to rely on this is because Renly's going to come in and take his territories. He's not pursuing though, so... We'll see. If he lays siege to this, then I can't carry on with it. And if he does lay siege, no point. If he doesn't, then I'm going in and claiming it for myself. Yeah, so they're sieging it out. Fair enough. The Lords of Great Wick have approved the institution of the slightly tax-focused Noble Obligations Law, so that's probably less money in my pocket. Lord Euron of Sealskin Point has accepted a call to arms from Lord Heron of Saltcliffe against Lord Reaver Gormund Wildhall. Due to alliance, Lord Euron of Sealskin Point has no... So he decided to... Wait, what? So yeah, he's doing the thing I wanted to do. But why am I his enemy? Sure, I'll be your commander. Oh. Looks like the whole damn thing's fallen apart. Okay, so who am I fighting? I am currently fighting King Peter the... That... Okay, good, I thought that might be Peter Baelish. Alright. I think I'm just gonna sit this one out, okay? Also, this really sucks for getting my family out of hiding. Alright, my maester... Yeah, I would rather not... So it's, again, tempting just because this is not a bad way to get money, but it's also a negative, it's a tyranny penalty for doing this, so. I mean, the fewer wars I get involved in, the faster I'm going to be rebuilding my military. I'm slowly getting to a state where I can actually wind up raiding again. There's a rumor here in Hammerhorn that one of the local nobles might be corrupt. Handled wisely, this information might be used to implicate one of your enemies here. Then use it as you see fit. I decided not to risk upsetting his vassals and confess to the allegations of corruption. It will take some time before his prestige recovers, and I have the fine I have collected. Princely $5. 5 wealth. Lord Commander Jaime the Kingsguard has declared the third war against the tyranny of King Renly the Unready. Wow. Okay. The War of Great Wick independence ended in white peace, so I think that means Great Wick remains independent. I no longer have a claim on Hammerhorn because of the... Oh, I can still actually claim that. Oh, I have to. But I need to make sure I have my allies as well. Alright, yeah, we're doing this. Karagorn has been a loyal and able servant, having successfully completed many tasks in the aid of Sealskin's port. How much is this going to cost me? 2.6, fine. Let's try it. I mean, I wind up losing so much as a truce breaker. But it feels like it's too good of an opportunity to pass up. No, you know what happens. My ally... my ally doesn't have a very high opinion of me, so they won't come to my aid. And all of a sudden, I find myself without friends and unable to siege that fort. Can I duel him? No. My subjective opinions have always given me more praise than criticism. Who knew being arbitrary could... That's so good. Alright, so there's no shortage of people who want to imprison him. What level of education would you like to purchase for Earl? I'd love to give him the best, but how about we just give him a normal education? Alright. Good military ruler is no longer affecting us. Average. Okay, so my skills declined somehow. Oh, he's blinded. I shouldn't have put that much effort in. Let's give him stewardship, maybe? So he's indolent. No, so that won't work. Indolent and affectionate. Alright. So yeah, there's one or two things that I need to do either. Oh, hang on. The garrison's 1,000. Lord Yon, having deposed the last occupant of the Iron Throne, I have decided that no man shall have sole rule over Westeros. The Iron Throne is hereby dissolved, with all sworn lords relieved of their homage to it. I bid you now to live in peace and protect the faith. Signed, His Holiness the High Septim. A bold move. Faith Militant restored. The Faith of the Seven and the High Septim historically had two military orders, collectively known as the Faith Militant, to call upon the defense of the faith. The warriors' sons were made up of fanatical knights, many from noble families who have vowed to fight enemies of the faith. The Poor Fellows was the more humble order and made up of common folk and women. These lightly armed footmen protected the pilgrims of Westeros on their travels. Now the High Septim has acquired enough authority to restore the Faith Militant once more. The noble knights flocking to join the warriors' sons. Peasants are joining the Poor Fellows in the hundreds. The faith is now truly a force to be reckoned with. Okay, so I need to decide what my move here is. A small spear throwing competition could be entertaining, and it's also a great way to enliven your battle technique. Maybe you could arrange a contest at your court. My throwing arm will amaze everyone. Okay, let's slow things down a bit. After a dozen spears have been hurled through the air, a sole victor emerges. No one managed to throw farther than Cragorn of the Torches. Congratulations to him. I lose 5 prestige. Okay, so a 1,000 garrison. I have 2,000 troops. He has got 1,000 troops. And I've gained Brave. You know what? He doesn't have a lot of friends right now. But I can't afford to lose the prestige. So much for that plan. So what I need to do, I need to end his life somehow. Kidnapping is tempting. I'll just sacrifice him to the gods or something like that, but... now I can call my court out of hiding, at least. Alright, and looks like Lonely Knight is, trying to assassinate me. I still don't have enough ships, though. That's the borders of... After many months of studying, yeah, more of the same. These are the borders of Westeros now. Well, I guess now we know why the... why the High Septim, made the decision. Okay, we're back to being a good military ruler. I'm kind of curious what happened to Littlefinger. His wife is blind. He has the gates of the moon. Interesting. Well, one thing I can be doing with my army levies actually is raiding again. Oh no, I can't because I don't have the territory. Well, maybe I do. Let's find somebody weak. Let's see what happens. Oh, okay, apparently I can't loot anymore. Jess! Yeah, this is really weird to be in a realm like this. Looks like we have absolutely no luck whatsoever with this kidnapping plot. Oh, but the Iron Bank's willing to give us a loan. Okay, well, indirectly we did get everybody out of prison. Let's maybe roll back and see... Is everybody in the family... Okay, let's maybe not worried about the kids, but is everybody else in the family married? You're not married. It's not great for prestige, but at least in this case, we get a few more. Again, we'll do more military-oriented ones. This is kind of geared towards getting more legitimate heirs, just in case things go sideways. Losing those ships in that siege really... Thank you, strapping old lad. I'm kind of curious as to whether or not I want to finish this playthrough on another time when I wrap up. I'm definitely seeing how screwed you are as an islander if you ever get sieged down, because like your fleets just don't, like, especially because you lose prestige for not fighting. That's a pretty devastating loss that they can inflict on you. Why is it weird? Why is what weird? Can duel Lord Manfred again. Under my guidesman, my young kinswoman, Jensa is slowly mastering the art of swordsmanship. Yeah, I really want to put this guy's dueling skills to use, but... Holy God! Why, how did he wind up with such an old wife? Ooh, that's very costly. Oh wait, it was, it was so I could get that alliance. Why is fighting in this realm weird? Oh, so the way that the way that this works, Jess, is So these are all Ironborn. There used to be... Here we go. So... prefers to raid overseas with ships. Rulers can raid infidel neighbors for loot. Can go on landless advent. Wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. So I'm gonna guess that they could actually raid me, but not the other way around. But what I am gonna do is I'm gonna get a quick buck. Oh, right, because we're owner allowed to loot. So we've lost our looting ability, presumably because even though I follow the Drowned God, the High Septon does not, I think is the idea. Alright, we're just going to rebuild it, use as you see fit. Master Ankirk of Crowspite Keep decided not to risk upsetting his vassals and confessed to allegations of corruption. It will take some time before his prestige recovers, and I collect a fine. To the Honorable Lord Yon, blessings upon you and your house. I would like to give you a seat on my council, and therefore offer you the title of Chief General. Nice. So... now... he has no... friends, and I can claim Great Wick without yeah. So I think we go for it. I don't like the fact that his army is relatively strong, but if I can bring in my ally, then I'm okay. Oh, this is going to be great. We'll just steamroll over his 600 troops. Call to arms, please. Oh, wait, no, he doesn't have a peace treater. Oh, but he's got a full garrison, so I don't think we're gonna have enough to... I don't think we're gonna have enough to siege it down, unfortunately. Oh, we do! Okay, excellent. Helmet is slowly mastering the art of so- oh my god, Helmet's amazing! I think we're gonna get our hands on a Valerian sword next. Oh, we lost it! Oh, so it's pure inheritance, huh? So... Dennis Drum has Red Rain. Yeah, I just need to figure out where the hell they are. Alright, I have a feeling this is going to be a pretty substantial army coming in. Oh, 500. What a joke. A son was born to Jon Farwind and Wilma Goodbrother named Harag. See, the funny thing is that, I won't even get to play as Helmut, I don't think. So he's playful and willful, which means I can't give him a martial education. What level of education would you like to purchase for Helmut? Oh god, I'll go into debt. He's worth it! Ally. This blows. Why am I no longer... Oh, okay. See, as soon as I do this, he's gonna raise his army up. I realize attacking his army is probably not the best way for me to deal with my manpower problems, but at least it'll give me a little war score, and I can try and figure out how I'm supposed to get more participation on the siege. I will give him a favor, because we're a little cash-strapped, folks. Okay, let's try and go to Pebbleton, just because that is a holding in their name. I totally don't get why he's not joining this fight. You're gonna have to go out for breakfast later when things actually open in 2 hours. Sorry to hear that, Phantom Klepto. I mean, the other potential is that while we're how is this possible? Oh, because it's got the full complement of I see. And that's a 2k garrison. So yeah, we're stuck. Unless there's a way my allies start getting involved. Ooh, you were separated from your men in the chaos of battle and now find yourself in the midst of war. You scan the field to try and rejoin your forces, then you see Lord Gran break out through the enemy ranks and charge you. Dueling skill 6. Dueling skill 10. Prepare to die, good brother scum! Lord Gran suddenly halts his charge and you are left to wonder why, but for a moment, when Dennis sweeps in from behind him. Get back to our line, my lord, he shouts. I'll handle this. You think that white cloak will save you? Alright, so the Master at Arms is 6.5. You and Dennis slowly circle each other, tense and focused. You scan him for any sign of weakness, any opening in his defense that you could possibly exploit. So, he's actually fairly skilled himself. He's honorable, selfish, slothful, and gregarious. I'll say he's no match for my might. Your experience in combat and prowess with your weapon allows you to spot an opening in Dennis's defense. It's not much, but it's all you need. Strike! You easily break through Dennis's guard and knock him to the ground. He lies sprawled at your feet, completely at your mercy. It's all over now. You strike, but Dennis rolls to the side, wounded but still very much alive. He rises to his feet and readies his weapon once again. Why won't you just die? Go again. He's no match for my might. As you and Dennis engage, you slip up and leave an opening in your defense. Dennis strikes to try and take advantage. Defend yourself. Yeah, of course. Try to hold Dennis back, but his onslaught is unstoppable. You only slip once, but once is all he needs. Ah! I don't even know if I have, yeah, so my alliances are done as well. I have a new heir. If my character dies, I will now play as Earl Farwind, who is also blind. Small private funeral, and... let's do another betrothal. So she's 8. Hrag will give a non-aggression pact. I think we take it. Oh, and looks like we're able to siege again. Why not? Okay, well, I've already got my diplomat working on this, so... King Tywin the Wise has usurped the title of Stony Keep from Sir Wilbert Grey. New Lord Commander on the wall. Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I will wear no crowns and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers, the shield that guards the realms of men. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch, for this night and all nights to come. The Lord Commander has died. John Connington will replace him and serve the realm in these troubled times. Okay. So, a little bit of an interruption, but we still seem to be okay. I mean, it looks like there are some things happening in this siege that are still throwing our numbers against us. Hopefully it'll be enough to empty out the... Master Tristan's justice has brought peace to a troubled province. Fewer crimes are committed and fewer complaints are heard in the province. The peasants have never been happier. Alright, so we can form an alliance, which is good. We may not need it. We're actually going to hold off to see if we can get by on our own. Alright, I guess I need to marry my 14-year-old son to... Actually, some of these are tempting because they've got claims to titles. 16-year-old, maybe? Not a bad fighter, she's a bit of a coward. Yeah, why not? Alright, as for Moelle, she's ugly, so she's definitely not gonna need to have some etiquette. Granted, I give this to women all the time anyway, so... Oh, God! I didn't even choose a focus for my guy. Earl Farwind and Yara of Axforth have gotten married, and it's customary for a dowry to be paid to the groom's house. Of course. Alright, so, given the fact that I am blind, let's go for business. Phantom Club can't wait to pick up Resident Evil 5 HD. I didn't even know there was a new version of Resident Evil 5. And yeah, this is a Game of Thrones mod for Crusader Kings 2, Phantom Klepto. My Lord Master Harriman has sent you the dowry that was due. I must say it was most generous. Much gold and silver was offered, probably more than the worth of the bride. 20 bucks in my pocket! Best bride I ever got. Now the trick is, I need to find out how I can get... So I think it goes, if I were to somehow exterminate my line here... Oh, you know what, it would probably go to this... It would probably go to this side, actually. Still, I'm okay with a family member holding this title for now. We'll maybe eventually get it into our hands. Oh yeah, what we do is we just, we definitely don't kill Helmut in order to take the title. Who would even suggest such a thing? Excuse me. Actually, this is one where seniority might be in our favor. So it's agnatic seniority, which means it's all males. Yeah, so if something should happen to Earl, he is weak and blinded after all. Tragic, really. Still firmly believe Burt Bob is the chosen one, eh? Alright. Sucks that I can't do any more sieges, but we should be able to get a remaining 99% by just clobbering the forces. Alright, so it's not ideal that I'm doing this because it is actually killing a pretty important alliance for me. But I also think we've neutralized the majority of threats that we have. And so... I think a little assassination never hurt anybody. Alright. Enforce demands. Sealskin Point War for Helmut's claim on Great Wick has ended. Lord Yon of Sealskin Point 1. To the Great Lord Yon, blessings upon you and your house. We've decided to offer you the position of commander. Do you accept? Sure. You definitely want a blind man leading your army. Why would I even hesitate to consider? Alright, this is looking good. So if I depose Helmet, who winds up in play? Phantom Klepto, thank you very much for that, host. What were you playing last, I'm curious? Fortunately, I have access to the internet. You were playing Fury! Very cool. Guys, actually, especially because of that game. Sorry about that. So, Phantom Klepto has been a very long-standing, very loyal host of this channel, actually, and Fury is a really difficult, really interesting game. So those are two fantastic reasons to check out his channel. I always feel a little scummy whenever I just make it. Whenever I make it, it's like, oh, he hosts me, so it's, you know, you totally should watch that. But no, I mean, I need to be very clear in terms of the level of support that he's given me. I don't think anybody can really take such a consistent. He's not at court, eh? I used to be able to duel him, but I don't think. Yeah. The level of support that he's given me has been absolutely outstanding, and certainly better than I deserve. But it's always appreciated, especially when when I'm maybe a little mixed in terms of the delivery of the content. It means a lot to have that kind of support. And I mean, again, it's an appreciation of the people who helped get me to 1,000, which is, of course, you, the people who are viewing. And in fact, we're now at 1,094, which means that after 6 more follows, we will possibly be ending this. We'll possibly be ending this. Ending this series with another 100 to our name. I'm gonna join the Liege Loyalists just because I do want my kinsmen to be fairly strong, and the name of the game right now is we need to get rid of our weak family member. I could also potentially kidnap him and sacrifice him, but I mean he's a family member. He deserves a not horrible death. I am, however, going to. Where is he? He is at Sealskin Point, so the spy will assist us. And I potentially want to go into hiding because Lonely Light wants me dead. But we are actually getting to the point where our ratio of ships to troops is where it needs to be to do an invasion. They only have 500 troops to their name, so it should be pretty easy to take out once we have enough ability. Thanks to you, Helmet Farwin now rules as the rightful Lord of Great Wick. The Lord cannot currently rule in his own right, however, so it is so naturally you assume the regency and title of Lord Protector of Great Wick. It's only right that I guide the Lord. That is also very cool that I have access to that I'm kind of controlling that realm for a while. I kind of want to get this guy's fighting ability up. It would be incredible if I could somehow make him an amazing duelist despite being blind. So I can't declare war on these guys because of no CB, right? Yeah. Also, I believe religion's going to be a problem. So I think, so again, sort of reiterating what our goals were. So we succeeded the immediate term of freeing our prisoners at great cost. We have now secured a family member on, as the, what is the term? High Lord. And what we need to do now is we need to ensure the appropriate succession to put somebody kind of in my bloodline, or you know, somebody in line to obtain that. RE5 HD came out today and was only $20, so why not? All the DLC too. Well, I kind of feel bad because I've actually been meaning to co-op Resident Evil with Jesse Quill. I'm not very good at it. Message about request council support. Nope. I mean, I could successfully imprison him, but that would be tyrannical. Not that I really care what happens to this guy. Okay, so if I start bribing people, Yusilla wants 15. I don't think that's not enough. My liege, since I arrived in Seal Skin Point, there's never been a shortage of soldiers reinforcing the troops stationed there. Under our guidance, they believe fame and fortune awaits them. So if Helmet were to be knocked off, okay, this is it. So this is actually going to wind up converging on my primary character anyway. But I kind of want to get this done quickly. So. Just in time for your winter break? Nice. Yeah, I was actually going to say, I think out of all of the games that would need an HD remake, I'm a little surprised it's number 5, because I thought it actually held up. I mean, again, it's not God of War or anything, but... Alright. I think we'll just speed up time, because at this point we're... Actually, let's reconsider this. Who do I want good relations with? So my relation with... Oh wait, so this is the good bro... So this actually isn't a meaningful marriage, so I don't need to worry about this guy at all. My heir, Yara, is Axforth. Again, a meaningless alliance. So... God, I don't even remember what secured me the pact, but it's obviously not applying anymore. So, I can either try to generate some claims. That's going to cost me money. Or I can try and build some relationships. Yeah, so Victim of Lordsport's going to be a tough one to topple with 3,000 troops. Although, of course, if we build our... We're going to be able to start taking people on once we're the High Lord. And he does not answer to Oh, okay, this is actually going to be the hard bit, so... Oh no, we are subjects of the High Septon, so... once we have the claim on... Yeah. Okay, so... The way that we take over the Iron Isles... we have the title converge on a main character, which I suspect is going to be Helmut. Once we do that, we will claim... what is it? Is this actually Old Wick itself? Interesting. Okay, so we'll claim Old Wick for ourselves. It won't be a problem because the High Septon is our liege. However, he's going to have 4,000 troops. So maybe it's actually time to... Okay. I'm not optimistic that we're going to get this done in time, but I think it's worth the shot because he's weak. Which one is this? You mean what game? And hey there, Kama. How long has the stream been going for? 6.5 hours. I should actually be considering bed sometime, but we're kind of at a point I'd like to... What year? 8302. Yeah, so, title converges for... Oh, poachers have been seen in Hammerhorn, so I should probably send my spy master Kergon and my marshal Corin to investigate the matter. Poachers will be eliminated, possibly at the expense of their other tasks. Corin caught 2 young poachers in the forest with a couple of dead rabbits in their belts and a live one in a snare. Deal with them yourself. Alright. So yeah, the title will converge to a single ruler. In principle, so we'd have 3430... Oh, actually, so we should possibly have 6,000 troops to our name at that point. At most, he'll have 4,600, which is not great, to be completely honest. We'd probably also be making a claim from Manfred on a certain number of his troops. So then we would secure ownership of the entire duchy. Presumably, at some point, we would pick up Lonely Light off of our claim. And I guess the next question from that would be, do we throw our weight around and just kind of gobble up islands as we can? Or do we shoot for independence from the High Septon? Because the High Septon... Oh, wow. Okay, never mind. I thought they only had 6,000 troops. That's going to be a hard rebellion. I think at that point... I think I'll just have to accept that maybe... Well, unless I can get the High Septon to convert to the old gods. Or not the drowned god. I think I'll just have to accept I can't go raiding for a while. Your treasurer comes to see you one afternoon. He explains that he has devised a plan to bring in exotic goods by setting up a trade route with a foreign realm. This would, of course, require a sizable monetary investment, but the potential profits would also be great. Let's organize an expedition. So let's see Liranath's account of the game. So House Baratheon took the Iron Throne but lost it after changing hands between all 3 of the brothers. Hey there Karmas had... so he killed Daenerys so that House Lannister can have a claim on the other part of the world. And then Liranath, when continuing this one, the High Septon demolished the Iron Throne title. Sounds about right. It's also maybe worth mentioning, this is actually the very first time that I've played the Game of Thrones mod. I tried it once when it was before its full release, like Essos hadn't been added in. And I don't know the books very well, so this has been a little bit of a learning experience. Alright, the time has come to outfit a ship for our trading expedition. The Harbor Master shows you a large ship with a sizable cargo hold that would be perfect for this job, but it does come at a hefty price. Usually when I try to steal the ship, it doesn't go well, so let's pay up. Word is spread that you're planning a trading expedition, and a group of drowned mans, isn't it drowned men, have arrived at your court with a request. They are offering temple funds for a journey if you will allow them to come along on the journey. Of course, it'll be an honor to have you with us, so we get a little more money. Of course, that's going to come at the expense of enraging the person who we're with. It's time to set out on the trading expedition. Hopefully it will yield good profits to foreign lands. Good brother. The former ruler would like to be regent. Absurd proposition. Yeah, I don't think I'm in the 2,000 hour mark for CK2. I mean, the unmodded game I've played a fair amount of. But as far as mod, this is the first like actual mod that I've played for the game. Alright, your expedition finally reaches the realm of King Edmure II Tully. Oh, such an exotic region. Your treasurer asks what gift we shall bring forth as a token of friendship. Let's do a dozen tough warriors. I don't like it, but... At dinner you notice King Edmure II of the Trident's face growing red with annoyance as he glares at your steward shoveling food in with his bare hands. El Blamo, I would have said... I'm sorry to put it to you this way, but for 2,000 hours in the game, presumably you would like to do more than just play by text. I'm really happy to have people here, but... I definitely would prefer... Okay, so Lirnath might have a better idea in terms of the division between things. I tend to react well when it's, you know, a question and we're learning the game together. But I definitely do not react well if people are telling me how to play the game. So I understand that's what some people want out of a stream, and at that point I would have to recommend somebody else. But if you want to come in and share the game with us and share the process of learning, I'd be very happy to have you. At dinner you notice King Edmure II... Oh yeah, so please excuse him. I'm trying to raise this street urchin to a civilized life. Yeah, and I mean he's a foreigner, so I don't really care. You are walking idly around the court of King Edmure II when you suddenly hear a discussion of increasing intensity around the corner. Turning the corner, you're surprised to see one of the drowned mans from your expedition engaged in wild theological debate with a local gnome. This could endanger the whole venture. Yeah, this must be stopped. Are the Targaryens still alive? I believe there's still one Targaryen alive. Let's just see. Yep, he's got himself a wife and one kid. I believe Daenerys was never born, and pretty much everybody perished. After long hours of discussing the terms of how trade can be sustained, you and King Edmure II come to the conclusion that you both agree on. This will be a profitable agreement, and with -4, I'm sure I will make With a new trade route set up, you return with the first batch of goods and sell them off for a nice profit. The influx of new wares will also benefit the economy for a long period to come. So yeah, 100 gold. And actually in this case, it was probably worth it to put the maximum amount in. I don't know what happens if the opinion is negative, because whenever I've done that event, like I've always wound up getting the trade deal when I do the event, but it's also kind of, I've noticed there have been some times when they're generally quite favorable to me, and so I haven't had the need to max out everything on it. And I don't know if the success of the event is based on a positive opinion, or if it is like a random draw, which is skewed on the basis of the opinion. Anyways, that is some much needed improvement. We can actually finally put some investment into our economy. So I'm thinking private farms is the best start, because that will increase our tax income. And we are certainly not building a castle anytime soon. Your treasurer has brought in riches to your realm through his competent handling of the trading expedition, and he probably expects to be rewarded with a share of the wealth. 11 bucks, even though you did shove too much too much food into your mouth. God, you'd think a weak blind child would be so much easier. Oh, he's not a child anymore. You'd think he'd be easy to... This character's befriended a rat in the dungeon. My young cousin has finished his education in the ways of the court and statesmanship. He seems he has learned all the basic skills required, so he is a charismatic appeaser. The gruff diplomat is a rough but decently effective diplomat. Not unless you tell me what I'm voting for. I've got, so it's maybe worth mentioning, hey there Karma, so I refused to ransom a number of my family members who were being held in a dungeon, and as a result, most of them were either castrated or blinded. And yeah, I have got some very unique quirks, to say the least. I mean, for instance, my guy was one of the prisoners. I don't know what happened to the castrated guy. Let's see if we can find him in the family tree. Ah, Lady Erica for Great Wick is very likely going to be a problem soon. Othgar wanted to learn how to whistle. After trying for a while, he asked me, how come you can do it? It's easy, you can do it, and he may gain brooding, or not everyone can do it. And just believe in yourself, Othgar. Othgar seems a bit frustrated by his failed attempts. He doesn't seem to respond well to my encouraging words. Many things seem to trouble this child. I don't know if a kidnapping is easier than a... a murder, actually. And the highest plot power is going to cost us 15. That's like emptying the treasury just so we can do a plot probably isn't worth it. Oh! Alright. Yeah, Great Wick is in danger, so I don't even remember if I have allies to call into war. This is really gonna suck, actually. Okay. What happened to his strong army? No easy packs to be bought there. I really don't want to give up a 3 or a 1-year-old for a 10-year-old. Literally nothing I can get for that. Okay. I've really had some troubles keeping my, I've really had troubles keeping my, alliances. Oh, that was marriage I was probably doing. Alright. Let me just double check all this stuff. Yeah, so 3 for a 10 is not great. None of those gives me alliances. Oh, he's looking for an actual wife. Again, no alliances. I just want to know how he got so many troops compared to the Liege. Wait, I already did this one. Yeah, so I basically need to get rid of I need to give up a son. And it had better be a good one. Or like a good alliance. Keep my cruiser in the troops number of the character profile. You can check to see if there's any... Oh, right. I don't believe this is an event. I think this is just his natural... Yeah, this is just his natural amount. Oh, she can't remarry? Right. So... Right, so we gotta give up a son. So where's Harag in the succession line, I guess? He follows Bert Bob, so not my favorite, but not the worst either. This has also been such a fickle ally. Okay, well there was a Great Wick fleet somewhere here. Okay, this is encouraging. Jesus Christ, why doesn't he want it? I have dedicated more resources to try and get this guy on my side. Alright. Fate smiles upon me, my wife Wilma is pregnant. Wilma! So I think what we need to do here is hold out as long as we can. You've been spending countless hours sketching up plans for different building projects when you suddenly realize you could display your extraordinary architectural skills. You will build a grand tower that will dwarf everything else in the landscape. But I won't be able to afford it. Now the really tempting thing here is I could have made my military stand down and maybe gained a few extra troops, but I'm kind of hoping that they get whittled down over the course of this siege, and I kind of come in at the last minute to knock them back. It is a very, very chancy play, though, because they will get the bonus as the defender. Excellent news. Yeah, we have to go for it, unfortunately. Oh, and we got our private farms, too. Actually, they're bleeding troops pretty badly. Yeah, and we're losing. Because they have got a hell of a commander. This is going to end really poorly for me. Oh, hello! Is it enough? We've got the numbers. No, we're going to get our asses kicked. Oh, God! Why? Why did you come so late? Fortunately, we have enough to live and fight another day, and I don't know if they can continue the siege. They definitely can, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't know. Unless Great Wick kind of gets its act together, I don't see any way that we break this siege. I mean, there is the small possibility that through their occupation of the castle, they have to give up too much in order to achieve their goals, but I think they get pushed to something like 99. They're going to be so close to taking the war on the basis of this siege. Ah, but we are able to take their own holdings. We'll just be way too late in doing that, actually. I guess there was no way for me to get there, though, so... Okay. I am going to save this, and I think I am done for tonight, guys. Yeah, so that was about almost 7 hours worth of, well, I guess my first 7 hours really in the Game of Thrones mod. I will very likely return to it. I think probably I owe a proper playthrough of the unmodded game first though, so this might be something I have to return to after a certain period of time. Obviously I'm not going to play this on my own time. But yeah, it's interesting. One thing I really like about it, that I maybe didn't appreciate when I was first trying the game was I thought that maybe as a smaller count I would as a smaller count, I wouldn't have as much to do, but it's been really interesting just to see how much of this game has been trying to claw back some certain positions. So, for instance, in this one, it sort of seemed like we'd be on cruise control for a win, and then all of a sudden we find out, oh, we've got a rebellion against the young ruler. And so as a result, it's no longer guaranteed. It's quite possible we wind up losing, actually. Certainly, my forces have been whittled down again. Again, looking at it on its own, right? You only need to see this map, and you only need to see the level of detail that they put into the events and things like that to show that it was a really dedicated group of modders who put a lot of effort into this. I don't know that much about the books, but I think the things that I liked the most were when people who sort of understood the books had these "how could that possibly happen" moments. I always like little things like that. And I mean, I think the first 2 books in my library, so maybe after I do the move, I'll be able to I'll do that, but unfortunately I didn't put the $5 backseating rule in. I have a feeling I would have made quite a bit tonight. Unfortunately, I don't have anybody to host tonight, so I'm just gonna have to let the channel die. But thank you everybody for watching. It was really nice to get back to Crusader Kings, and I know there were some questions about the other Paradox games. As part of the 1K celebration stuff, I'll be doing at least one other Paradox Grand Strategy game, but not revealing what one that is. The rest of this week will not necessarily be games like this, although I certainly encourage you to stop by and see whether or not it's something that you like yourself. I'm sure there's plenty of highlights to see kind of what we've been, highlights in past episodes to see what we've been doing. And obviously, if you want to know when the cast is coming up, you can follow on Twitter for the specific time that I'll be casting, and then of course follow on Twitch to be informed when the broadcast goes live. But yeah, it was neat to learn this, and I definitely want to be putting some more time into it. I'm not sure I'll do a great house yet, because I actually think there's a lot of fun to be had playing something a little more microscopic and trying to work your way out from that. So. Thank you, Learnath. I appreciate that. And thank you very much for all the help that you gave me in finding my feed on the game. So anyways, guys, thanks a lot. Have a good night, and we will see you next time.